Negotiating is a skill that shapes outcomes in many parts of life. Whether you're haggling over the price of a car, discussing salary with a potential employer, or finalizing a major business deal, anchoring can tip the scales in your favor. Anchoring happens when you introduce a specific figure or value early in a discussion. This number, no matter how extreme, sets the baseline for the rest of the negotiation. It works because people tend to focus heavily on the first piece of information they receive. I'd love to invite you to share in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's incredible to think about how we're all connected through these stories and ideas. If you enjoy these thought-provoking explorations, consider subscribing to Tired Thinker so we can keep bringing you reflective narratives. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let your imagination drift as we delve into the mind-boggling paradoxes and mysteries, even when they know it's not entirely reasonable. Imagine you are at a car dealership, looking at a vehicle listed for $35,000. You've done your research and know the car is worth closer to $30,000. If the dealer starts negotiations at $40,000 instead of $35,000, it may feel outrageous, but it will still influence the conversation. That $40,000 figure stays in your mind, even if you know it's high. As a result, when the dealer offers it to $36,000, it might feel like you're getting a deal, even though the price is still above what the car is worth. This is anchoring in action. The initial number shapes your perception of what's reasonable, and everything else gets compared to that first figure. The power of anchoring lies in how it subtly affects the brain. People unconsciously adjust their expectations based on the first number they hear, even if they believe they're thinking critically. Studies in behavioral psychology repeatedly show how anchoring impacts decision-making. For example, researchers once asked participants to estimate the number of countries in Africa. Before answering, they spun a wheel labeled with random numbers between 1 and 100. When the wheel landed on a high number, participants consistently guessed higher totals. When it landed on a low number, their estimates dropped, even though they knew the wheel was unrelated to the question. The initial number set an anchor that influenced their thinking without them realizing it. In negotiations, using anchoring to your advantage often means starting with a bold or extreme position. If you're selling a house worth $400,000, you might list it at $450,000 or more, knowing buyers will counter with lower offers. That initial high price makes their lower offers seem reasonable, even if those offers are still above the true value of the house. On the flip side, if you're the buyer, you might counter with a much lower number, like $350,000. This shifts the negotiation closer to your ideal outcome. When done correctly, anchoring not only shapes expectations, but also gives you room to maneuver. Let's say you're interviewing for a job and the employer asks about your salary expectations. If you know the role typically pays $80,000, you might start by saying, "Given the responsibilities and my experience, I'm looking for something in the range of $95,000 to $100,000. Even if the employer was planning to offer $80,000, your anchor could push them to come back with a higher offer, such as $90,000. By setting the tone with an ambitious figure, you've given yourself leverage to negotiate toward your goals. Of course, anchoring has its risks. An anchor that's too extreme can backfire if it seems unrealistic or insulting. If a buyer offers $200,000 for a house listed at $400,000, the seller might refuse to engage at all. The same applies in professional settings. Asking for double the market rate in a salary negotiation could make you seem out of touch, damaging your credibility. The key is to find a balance. Aim high enough to create room for negotiation, but not so high that the other party walks away. Anchoring also works in reverse, meaning you should be cautious about how others use it against you. If someone throws out an extreme number, resist the urge to accept it as a baseline. Instead, do your research beforehand so you can approach the negotiation with a clear understanding of the value at stake. For instance, if a contractor quotes $50,000 for a home renovation that should cost closer to $30,000, having estimates from other contractors can help you push back. By countering with your own anchor, such as $25,000, you can shift the conversation closer to a fair price. Preparation is critical when using anchoring effectively. Before entering any negotiation, you need to understand the value of what's being discussed. Research market rates, gather relevant data, and know your limits. The better informed you are, the more confident you'll feel about setting an anchor or countering someone else's. Confidence matters because hesitation or uncertainty can weaken the impact of your anchor. For example, if you start negotiations by saying, "I was thinking maybe around $100,000, but I'm not sure," you've already undermined your position. A clear, firm statement, "I'm looking for $100,000, sends a stronger message. Anchoring also benefits from framing. How you present the number can influence how the other party perceives it. Suppose you're negotiating with a client over the cost of a project. Instead of saying, "This will cost $50,000, you might say, "Based on the scope and complexity, the investment for this project will be $50,000. The word investment shifts the focus from cost to value, making the figure feel more justified. Similarly, breaking a large number into smaller parts can make it more palatable. Saying, "That's just $1,000 a month over 5 years," can feel less daunting than presenting the full amount up front. While anchoring is a powerful tool, it's just one part of a larger negotiation strategy. Building rapport, understanding the other party's needs, and finding common ground are equally important. A skilled negotiator knows when to push and when to pull back. For instance, if your anchor meets strong resistance, you might adjust your position to show flexibility. This can build goodwill and make the other party more willing to compromise. However, you should always aim to anchor the discussion early, as later attempts to shift the baseline are less effective. To illustrate, imagine you're negotiating the price of a used car with a private seller. You know the car is worth about $8,000, but the seller is asking $10,000. If you immediately counter with $7,000, you've anchored the conversation around your preferred range. The seller might counter with $9,000, at which point you could meet in the middle at $8,500. On the other hand, if you let the seller dominate the conversation with their $10,000 figure, you might end up paying more than you intended. By anchoring early, you take control of the narrative and steer the negotiation toward your goals. In competitive situations, anchoring can create a psychological edge. Consider a scenario where multiple buyers are bidding on the same property. If one buyer starts with an aggressive offer, it can intimidate others or push them to overextend in an attempt to compete. This happens often in auctions, where an opening bid sets the tone for the entire event. Even experienced bidders can fall prey to anchoring, getting caught up in the momentum and exceeding their original budget. Understanding the psychology behind anchoring helps you recognize its influence, whether you're using it or defending against it. The next time you negotiate, pay attention to how the first number sets the stage. If you're prepared and confident, you can use this powerful tool to steer the discussion toward a favorable outcome. Negotiation isn't just about numbers, it's about shaping perceptions, managing expectations, and staying in control of the conversation. Anchoring gives you a starting point and the leverage to guide the process. But success ultimately depends on how well you balance assertiveness with adaptability. The foot in the door technique relies on a simple yet powerful principle. Securing agreement to a small request increases the likelihood of compliance with a larger request later. This approach plays on the psychology of commitment and consistency. People have a natural desire to align their future behavior with past actions. By agreeing to something minor, they feel a sense of responsibility or obligation that can be leveraged to gain agreement on something more significant. Let's look at how this works in practice and why it's so effective. Imagine someone comes to your door and asks you to sign a petition for cleaner parks in your neighborhood. It's a small request. Signing a piece of paper takes seconds, and it doesn't require you to make any significant commitment. Most people will say yes because it feels good to support a cause they likely agree with. A week later, the same person might return to your door and ask if you would donate to a campaign to improve local park facilities. Because you already signed the petition, you're more likely to agree to donate. The act of signing created a subtle but meaningful psychological shift. You've already identified yourself as someone who cares about parks and their improvement. To stay consistent with this identity, you feel compelled to say yes to the donation request. This technique is rooted in the work of social psychologists, most notably Friedman and Fraser, who conducted a famous study in the 1960s. They first asked homeowners to place a small, unobtrusive sign in their windows advocating for safe driving. A significant portion of those who agreed to this small request later agreed to display a large, unsightly billboard in their front yards promoting the same cause. In contrast, homeowners who were only asked to display the large billboard were far less likely to comply. The small initial agreement paved the way for the larger request by creating a sense of commitment to the cause. Why does this work? It's about how people see themselves. When someone agrees to a small request, they begin to see themselves as the kind of person who supports that cause or idea. This new self-perception influences their future decisions. People want to act consistently with their self-image, so when a larger request comes along, they feel an internal pressure to comply. This pressure isn't always conscious. It often feels natural, like the obvious next step. Consider another scenario. You're walking through a mall, and someone working for a charitable organization asks if you can spare just a moment to listen to what they have to say. You agree because it's quick and harmless. They then explain their cause in more detail and ask if you would like to sign up for a monthly donation. Even if you're hesitant, you're now more likely to agree. That initial, small yes to listening has set the stage for a larger commitment. It's not about being tricked or manipulated. It's about how our brains naturally work. Once we've started down a path, it's easier to keep going than to turn back. It's important to note that this technique works best when the initial and larger requests are related. If the second request feels disconnected or unrelated, the sense of commitment doesn't carry over. For example, if someone asks you to sign a petition about reducing littering and then later asks you to buy cookies for a completely unrelated cause, the connection isn't there. The technique thrives on building a consistent narrative. Timing also matters. The larger request shouldn't come too quickly after the smaller one, or it might feel forced. People need enough time to internalize their initial agreement and let it shape their self-perception. However, waiting too long can dilute the effect because the initial act fades from memory. Striking the right balance is key. Now let's explore a more personal example. Imagine you're trying to get a friend to help you move. Instead of asking them outright to commit an entire Saturday to lifting boxes and furniture, you start small. A week before the move, you ask if they can help you pack a few items into boxes. It's a small, manageable favor that's hard to decline. Once they've said yes to this and followed through, they're much more likely to agree when you later ask if they can help on moving day. By agreeing to the initial request, they've already invested in helping you, and turning down the larger request might feel inconsistent or even unkind. The technique also works in professional settings. Let's say you're managing a team and want someone to take on a challenging project. Instead of asking them to take on the whole thing immediately, you first ask if they can handle one small aspect of it. Once they've said yes to that piece, they're more likely to agree to tackle the bigger project. This isn't about manipulation. It's about creating a sense of gradual involvement and investment. People are more comfortable stepping into a larger role when they've already taken smaller steps toward it. The effectiveness of this technique doesn't mean it's foolproof. There are limits. For one, people's willingness to comply depends on their level of interest in or connection to the initial request. If someone doesn't care about the cause or task, even agreeing to a small request may not lead to agreement with a larger one. Similarly, if the larger request feels too extreme or unreasonable, people may push back despite their earlier compliance. Respecting boundaries and gauging interest are crucial to using this approach ethically and effectively. It's also worth considering how cultural differences might affect this technique. In cultures that prioritize individualism, such as the United States, the desire to act consistently with one's self-image tends to be strong. In more collectivist cultures, where group harmony and social obligations carry more weight, the technique might work differently. For instance, someone in a collectivist culture might comply with both small and large requests, not because of their self-image, but because of a sense of duty to the group. Understanding these nuances can help tailor the approach to different contexts. This technique can also be a tool for self-improvement. Imagine you want to start exercising regularly, but the idea of committing to an hour at the gym every day feels overwhelming. Instead of setting that as your goal right away, you start with something small, like doing 10 push-ups each morning. Once you've established that habit, you can build on it, gradually increasing your activity level. The initial commitment creates momentum, making it easier to tackle larger goals over time. The foot-in-the-door technique has been used in many fields, from sales and marketing to social advocacy and personal development. Its success lies in its simplicity and its alignment with basic human psychology. People want to be consistent. They want their actions to align with their beliefs and self-image. By understanding this, you can craft requests that build on each other, creating a natural progression toward larger commitments. It's important, however, to use this technique ethically. Manipulating people into agreeing to something they don't genuinely support can damage trust and relationships. The goal should be to create genuine alignment and engagement, not to coerce or deceive. When used responsibly, the foot-in-the-door technique can be a powerful way to inspire action, build connections, and achieve goals. Imagine you're walking through a park, enjoying the day, when someone approaches you with a clipboard. They ask you to sign up to volunteer 20 hours a week for a year to help clean up the park. It's an enormous commitment, one you almost certainly can't agree to. You politely decline. The person then adjusts their approach. They say, "If that's too much, would you at least be willing to come this Saturday for 2 hours to help out?" Suddenly, that smaller request feels much more reasonable. You agree, not realizing that this second, smaller request was the person's true goal all along. This is the essence of the door-in-the-face technique, a psychological strategy designed to make people more likely to agree to a request by first asking for something much larger and more extreme, a request they're almost certain to reject. The technique works because of how our brains process rejection and compromise. When someone declines a large request, they often feel a twinge of guilt. They might feel bad for saying no or worry about seeming unhelpful. This discomfort creates an opportunity. When the initial request is scaled back to something more manageable, the person is more inclined to agree. They feel like they're meeting you halfway, even if your real goal was the smaller ask all along. By framing the smaller request as a concession, you trigger a sense of reciprocity. People feel compelled to respond in kind to perceived fairness, so they agree to the second request. Let's break this down into a more personal example. Imagine you're moving and need help packing boxes. You ask your friend if they'll help you pack your entire apartment, a request that would take hours or even days. Your friend is likely to decline, and you'd probably expect them to. Then you follow up with, "Okay, I understand that's a lot. Could you at least help me for an hour?" Compared to the first request, an hour seems trivial. Your friend might feel like they're letting you down if they don't agree to at least this smaller favor. By starting big, you've made the smaller request seem not only reasonable, but also considerate of their time. This strategy can be surprisingly effective in a wide range of settings, from everyday interactions to professional negotiations. For instance, charities often use this approach when asking for donations. A representative might initially ask you to make a large contribution, such as $1,000. When you decline, they might then suggest a much smaller amount, like $50. The smaller donation feels more reasonable after rejecting the larger one, even if you might have initially hesitated to give anything at all. One of the most famous studies on the door-in-the-face technique was conducted in the 1970s by researchers Robert Cialdini, John Cacioppo, Rodney Bassett, and John Miller. They wanted to see how effective the strategy could be in influencing behavior. In their experiment, they asked college students if they would be willing to volunteer as counselors for juvenile delinquents for 2 hours a week over the course of 2 years. Unsurprisingly, nearly everyone refused. The researchers then followed up with a smaller request. Would the students be willing to chaperone a group of juveniles on a single trip to the zoo? Compared to a 2-year commitment, this one-time request seemed much more manageable. The result? A significant number of students agreed to the second request, far more than those who were only presented with the smaller request up front. The brilliance of the door-in-the-face technique lies in its simplicity. It leverages basic principles of human psychology: our aversion to guilt, our desire to appear fair, and our tendency to respond positively to concessions. But it's not foolproof, and it's important to use it ethically. Manipulating someone into agreeing to something they truly don't want to do can backfire, leading to resentment or mistrust. For this reason, it's critical to ensure that your second, smaller request is genuinely reasonable and something the other person might be open to doing. To see how this might play out in a workplace setting, imagine you're a manager trying to get your team to stay late to finish an important project. You start by asking if they can stay until midnight, knowing full well this is an unreasonable request for most people. When they push back, you adjust your ask, requesting that they stay just an extra hour past their usual quitting time. Compared to staying until midnight, 1 extra hour doesn't sound so bad. While some might have initially resisted staying late at all, they're now more likely to agree because the smaller request feels like a compromise. It's worth noting that timing and delivery matter. The second request must follow quickly after the first. If too much time passes, the sense of concession diminishes and the strategy loses its effectiveness. The way you frame the requests also plays a role. You need to present the second ask as a genuine adjustment, not a calculated maneuver. If the person senses they're being manipulated, they're less likely to cooperate. Let's return to another personal scenario to see how this could work in day-to-day life. Say you're trying to convince your roommate to take on more household chores. You might start by asking them to clean the entire apartment every week. They'll probably balk at the idea. Then you pivot, asking if they can at least take care of the dishes on weekdays. The smaller request, framed as a compromise, feels much more reasonable. They're more likely to agree because they've already said no to the bigger ask and feel a subtle pressure to meet you halfway. In parenting, the door-in-the-face technique can also be useful. Picture a parent trying to get their teenager to clean their room. The parent might first ask the teen to clean the entire house, knowing it's an overwhelming and unrealistic request. When the teen inevitably refuses, the parent follows up, "Okay, can you at least clean your room today?" This smaller request feels much more manageable, and the teen is more likely to comply. While the technique is powerful, it's essential to approach it with care. If overused or applied too aggressively, it can come across as pushy or insincere. People don't like feeling manipulated, and trust can erode if they sense that your initial request was never genuine. For the door-in-the-face strategy to work effectively, there needs to be a balance between your requests and the relationship you have with the person you're asking. In professional settings, for example, you'll need to gauge how much goodwill and trust you've established before attempting this approach. The door-in-the-face technique isn't just about getting what you want. It's about framing requests in a way that makes people more comfortable saying yes. By starting with a larger, more ambitious ask, you set the stage for the second, smaller request to seem reasonable, even generous. When used thoughtfully, this approach can foster collaboration and create outcomes where both parties feel satisfied. At its core, the strategy is a reminder of how much context shapes our decisions. A request isn't judged in isolation, it's compared to what came before it. By understanding this dynamic, you can communicate more effectively, whether you're asking for a favor, negotiating at work, or trying to influence someone's behavior in everyday life. The door-in-the-face technique isn't just a trick or a tactic. It's a practical tool rooted in human psychology, offering a way to navigate conversations with empathy and understanding. When you give someone a small gift or do them a favor, you often trigger a natural human tendency to want to reciprocate. This principle, called reciprocity, is deeply rooted in social norms. People generally feel compelled to return kindness when they receive it. While this reaction is not guaranteed, it is so common that it forms the foundation for many successful interactions, from personal relationships to professional negotiations. Imagine this scenario. You walk into a new coffee shop, and the barista gives you a free cookie to go with your drink. You didn't ask for it, and there's no catch. They smile and say it's on the house. How does this make you feel? Chances are, you feel pleasantly surprised and grateful. You may think about returning to that shop in the future, perhaps buying more items or tipping more generously. The free cookie is a small gesture, but it builds a connection. Even though the cookie is not a significant cost for the coffee shop, it triggers a sense of obligation within you to do something in return, even if you're not consciously aware of it. This phenomenon works because humans are social beings who thrive on cooperation and mutual support. Historically, our ancestors relied on sharing and helping each other to survive. If someone in the group shared food or resources, it increased everyone's chance of survival. Over time, this behavior became embedded in human psychology. Today, the urge to return favors is so ingrained that it often occurs without much thought. Take another example. A colleague stays late to help you finish a project. They don't ask for anything in return, but their gesture creates a sense of goodwill. When they later need assistance with something, you're far more likely to help. You might even go out of your way to return the favor. Reciprocity creates a positive feedback loop. It builds trust and strengthens relationships because both parties feel they are contributing and receiving in equal measure. The power of reciprocity is not limited to personal interactions. It's often used in business and marketing. For instance, companies sometimes give away free samples of their products. At first glance, this might seem like an unnecessary expense. However, these samples create an emotional response in the recipient. Receiving something for free, even if it's small, makes people more inclined to buy the product or engage with the brand. They feel a subtle obligation to reciprocate the gesture by becoming customers. Consider the case of a nonprofit organization. Many charities send small gifts in the mail, such as personalized address labels or pens. These items are inexpensive but effective. Even if the recipient didn't request them, they often feel compelled to donate because they received something first. This tactic has been shown to increase donation rates significantly compared to simply asking for money outright. The sense of obligation doesn't feel forced. It's just a natural response to kindness. Reciprocity also plays a key role in negotiations. Imagine you're trying to close a deal with a potential client. Early in the conversation, you offer them a small but valuable piece of advice tailored to their specific needs. It doesn't cost you much, but it demonstrates goodwill and expertise. The client now feels that you've already provided value, making them more likely to engage further. This principle can also be applied internally within organizations. Managers who show appreciation and give recognition to their teams often see increased loyalty and productivity. Employees naturally want to reciprocate the positive treatment by performing well. To understand why this works, it's helpful to consider the psychology behind it. When someone does something nice for us, it creates a psychological imbalance. We feel a mix of gratitude and discomfort because we've received something without giving back. The easiest way to resolve this imbalance is to return the favor. This internal drive helps maintain harmony and fairness in relationships. While not everyone responds to reciprocity in the same way, the principle holds true across most cultures and situations. However, it's important to approach reciprocity thoughtfully. The gesture must feel genuine. If it comes across as manipulative or self-serving, it can backfire. People are quick to detect insincerity, and an overly calculated favor may lead to distrust instead of goodwill. For example, if a salesperson gives you a free gift and immediately pressures you to make a purchase, the gesture feels transactional rather than generous. In such cases, the power of reciprocity diminishes and the relationship may be harmed. To avoid this, focus on giving without expecting an immediate return. Think of it as planting a seed. You don't know exactly when or how it will grow, but the act of planting it creates the potential for something meaningful to develop over time. In practical terms, this might mean offering help, advice, or small tokens of appreciation without attaching strings. For example, if you're mentoring someone, you're likely doing it because you believe in their potential and want to see them succeed. You're not expecting them to return the favor immediately, but your generosity may inspire them to help someone else down the line or even support you in the future when the opportunity arises. Reciprocity doesn't always have to involve tangible gifts or favors. It can be as simple as showing respect, expressing gratitude, or offering encouragement. These small acts can have a profound impact on relationships. For instance, if a friend shares good news with you, responding with genuine enthusiasm and support can strengthen your bond. In turn, they may be more likely to celebrate your successes in the future. Reciprocity, in this sense, is about creating a positive exchange of energy and emotion. There are also situations where reciprocity might not work as expected. Some individuals may not feel the need to reciprocate, either because they lack the means or because they simply don't prioritize mutual exchange. In other cases, the gesture might go unnoticed or be taken for granted. It's important not to let these instances discourage you. Reciprocity is a general principle, not a guarantee. The key is to focus on giving genuinely and trusting that the majority of people will respond in kind. To make reciprocity work in your favor, it helps to understand the context and the needs of the other person. A gesture that is thoughtful and relevant will have a much stronger impact than one that feels generic. For example, if a coworker is overwhelmed with a tight deadline, offering to proofread their document or handle a small task for them can make a big difference. On the other hand, giving them an unrelated gift might not resonate as deeply because it doesn't address their immediate concerns. Timing also plays a role. A favor or gift that aligns with the recipient's current situation is more likely to be appreciated. For instance, offering to bring soup to a sick neighbor is far more impactful than bringing them soup at a random time when they don't need it. Paying attention to context shows that you care and increases the likelihood of creating a positive response. In professional settings, reciprocity can be a powerful way to build networks and foster collaboration. Let's say you're attending a conference and meet someone who shares your professional interests. Following up with a thoughtful email that includes a useful article or a connection to someone in your network can leave a lasting impression. This small act of kindness not only helps the other person, but also opens the door to future opportunities for collaboration or support. By giving first, you establish a foundation of trust and goodwill. Reciprocity works best when it's part of a larger mindset of generosity. It's not just about creating obligations, but about fostering genuine connections and mutual respect. When you approach relationships with the intention of giving rather than taking, you create an environment where reciprocity can thrive. Over time, this builds stronger, more meaningful relationships in both your personal and professional life. Ultimately, the principle of reciprocity reminds us that small actions can have a big impact. A thoughtful gesture, a helping hand, or a kind word can set off a chain reaction of goodwill that benefits everyone involved. By understanding and embracing this principle, you can create positive interactions and build lasting connections in all areas of your life. Scarcity is a concept rooted in psychology and economics. People want what they believe they cannot easily have. It's a natural response. When something is limited or hard to get, its perceived value rises. This tendency drives countless decisions, whether it's purchasing a product, booking a ticket, or choosing between two options. If something might not be there later, the impulse to act now grows stronger. You see this everywhere, not just in marketing, but in everyday interactions. This subtle but effective principle often works without people realizing it. Consider a scenario where someone is shopping online for a jacket. They find one they like, but it's listed as only 3 left in stock. That phrase changes the decision-making process. Without the scarcity cue, they might hesitate, compare options, or decide to wait. But knowing there's limited availability triggers a sense of urgency. The thought of missing out outweighs the desire to delay. Even if they weren't entirely certain about the purchase before, the limited stock nudges them toward making a decision. This works because scarcity taps into the human fear of loss. People are naturally loss-averse. Losing an opportunity feels worse than gaining something equivalent feels good. In the jacket example, the potential loss of the item and the imagined regret that follows drives the purchase. Scarcity doesn't just make people act faster, it makes them want the item more. The jacket might have been one of many options before, but now it feels like a rare chance that could slip away. The key to using scarcity effectively is credibility. If scarcity feels artificial, it loses its power. Customers today are savvy and quick to recognize fake urgency. For example, if every product on a website is limited or low in stock, it raises suspicion. The scarcity message has to align with reality. If something is genuinely rare, or if stock is actually limited, communicating that fact makes it more impactful. When it's authentic, scarcity adds a layer of transparency to the interaction. It's not about tricking anyone, it's about giving people information they value. Think about ticket sales for popular events. Many times, people buy concert or game tickets because they know the event might sell out. The scarcity is real, and the consequences of waiting are clear. If someone hesitates, they might lose the chance to attend. This urgency can even lead to competition. When people see others acting quickly to secure something scarce, they're more likely to follow. The action of others reinforces the perceived value of the opportunity. It's a dynamic that's easy to observe, but harder to resist. Scarcity doesn't have to be tied to physical stock. It can apply to time as well. Limited time offers are a classic example. When someone sees a deal that ends soon, they're more inclined to act. It's not just about wanting the product, it's about not wanting to miss out on the savings. A sale ends at midnight message adds urgency to the decision process. People often justify acting quickly by telling themselves they're saving money or avoiding future regret. This urgency doesn't always lead to rational decisions, but it's effective in motivating action. Real-life examples show how scarcity plays out across different settings. Think about rare collectibles, like limited edition sneakers or special coins. Their value often depends more on their rarity than their utility. A limited edition sneaker might not perform better than a standard one, but its scarcity makes it desirable. The fewer pairs available, the stronger the demand. This happens in art markets as well. Limited runs of prints or one-of-a-kind pieces create value by being exclusive. People want to own something unique, and scarcity reinforces that. But scarcity doesn't just apply to products or events. It influences other areas of life too. Consider job applications. If a position is labeled as highly competitive or limited spots available, it feels more desirable. People may prepare more thoroughly or apply sooner because they know the opportunity won't last. The same principle affects relationships and social dynamics. People value attention or affection more when it's not easily given. Scarcity increases the stakes in almost any context. Another factor that strengthens the power of scarcity is exclusivity. When something is scarce and exclusive, it feels even more valuable. Clubs with limited memberships, VIP events, or early access to products all use this combination. By limiting access, the perceived importance of being included rises. This is especially true when the exclusivity is tied to social status. People are naturally drawn to opportunities that make them feel special or part of a select group. Exclusivity paired with scarcity amplifies the sense of urgency and value. It's worth noting that scarcity doesn't work for everyone or every situation. Some people might not care about limited availability if they're not interested in the item or opportunity in the first place. For scarcity to have an impact, the person must already see some value in what's being offered. For example, a limited time discount on something irrelevant to someone's needs or interests won't motivate them. Scarcity enhances existing interest. It doesn't create interest from nothing. Timing also matters. If scarcity is used too often or too aggressively, it can backfire. People may feel pressured or manipulated, which can lead to distrust. For example, a constant barrage of one-day-only sales can lose its effectiveness over time. When everything feels urgent, nothing feels urgent. To avoid this, scarcity should be used strategically and sparingly. The goal is to highlight genuinely limited opportunities, not to create artificial pressure. When done well, scarcity feels helpful rather than pushy. For businesses, understanding when and how to use scarcity is crucial. It's not just about adding a limited stock message or setting deadlines. It's about knowing what motivates your audience. If you're selling products that people already want, scarcity can be a gentle nudge toward action. But if you're offering something niche or unfamiliar, scarcity might not have the same effect. In those cases, other approaches like building trust or educating customers might be more effective. Scarcity is a tool, not a universal solution. To make scarcity feel authentic, businesses can share context. Instead of simply saying only 3 left, they might explain why stock is limited. For instance, we're only producing 500 units of this product to maintain quality. This transparency builds trust and reinforces the scarcity's legitimacy. It also helps customers understand the value of acting quickly. When people know the reason behind the limitation, they're more likely to respond positively. Scarcity also works well when paired with social proof. Seeing others act reinforces the urgency. For example, 10 people are viewing this item right now combines scarcity with evidence of demand. This approach appeals to both the fear of missing out and the comfort of following others' actions. Social proof amplifies the urgency created by scarcity, making the message more compelling. In the end, scarcity works because it aligns with how people think and act. Humans are wired to prioritize opportunities that might not last. The fear of losing out often outweighs the desire to wait or explore other options. Whether it's a product, an experience, or a chance to join something exclusive, scarcity taps into deep psychological instincts. When used thoughtfully and authentically, it's a powerful way to motivate decisions. By understanding what makes scarcity effective, businesses and individuals can use it to create value, build trust, and inspire action. It is natural to assume that the people around us see the world in much the same way we do. We often take it for granted that others share our values, beliefs, or opinions, even if we have little evidence to support this assumption. This phenomenon is called the false consensus effect. It's not just a quirk of human psychology, but a pattern of thought that influences how we interact with others. While it might seem harmless, it can subtly shape the direction of conversations and even decisions. Imagine you're in a group discussing weekend plans. You suggest going for a hike and casually add, "Everyone loves being out in nature, right?" Without realizing it, you've made an assumption that the group shares your preference for outdoor activities. By phrasing it this way, you've also framed the suggestion in a way that makes it harder for someone to disagree without feeling like they're going against the group. Even if 1 or 2 people would rather do something else, they might hesitate to speak up because they believe they're in the minority. This is a simple example of how the false consensus effect can steer a conversation. At its core, the false consensus effect is a reflection of how we process information. When forming opinions, we rely heavily on our own experiences and viewpoints. Our brains tend to overestimate how typical our thoughts are, assuming they are shared by others. This is partly because we surround ourselves with people who think like us, reinforcing the belief that our views are universal. It's also because it's easier to believe the world aligns with our perspective than to constantly question it. However, this mental shortcut can lead us to overgeneralize and miss important nuances in how others think or feel. Consider a workplace scenario. Let's say you're leading a meeting about a new policy. You explain the changes and then say, "I'm sure we're all on the same page about this being the best approach." In doing so, you framed the discussion in a way that assumes agreement. Someone who disagrees might feel hesitant to speak up, worried they'll be perceived as the odd one out. Even if they do voice their concerns, the way you've positioned the discussion sets a subtle tone that dissent might be unwelcome. This can stifle honest dialogue and prevent better ideas from emerging. Now, let's take a step back and think about why we use this approach, even unintentionally. Part of it comes from a desire for harmony. Conversations and decision-making can feel smoother when we assume everyone is aligned. It's uncomfortable to deal with disagreements or confront perspectives that challenge our own. By projecting our beliefs onto others, we reduce the likelihood of conflict, or so we think. But in reality, this approach can create its own problems. People might go along with a decision in the moment, but feel frustrated or disengaged later because their viewpoints weren't considered. For example, imagine a friend suggests trying a new restaurant, saying, "You'll love it, everyone does." If you don't like the kind of food they're describing, you might feel awkward pushing back. After all, they've already positioned the restaurant as universally appealing. You might go along with it to avoid confrontation, but the experience won't feel as enjoyable because your preferences weren't part of the decision-making process. Over time, if this pattern repeats, it could lead to frustration in the relationship, even if no one openly discusses it. The false consensus effect isn't inherently negative. Sometimes it can foster a sense of connection or shared purpose. For instance, starting a conversation with, "I think we can all agree that," can create a baseline of unity in certain contexts. This can be helpful when the shared assumption is genuinely likely to be true, such as in a community meeting about public safety. But the risk lies in overusing this approach or applying it in situations where agreement isn't guaranteed. The line between fostering unity and suppressing diverse perspectives is a fine one. To navigate this, it's important to approach conversations with curiosity rather than assumptions. Instead of framing a suggestion as a shared belief, you can invite input by saying, "I'd love to hear what everyone thinks about this idea." This creates space for others to share their genuine thoughts without feeling pressured to conform. It also demonstrates that you value diverse perspectives, which can strengthen relationships and lead to better outcomes. Let's revisit the workplace example. Imagine you're leading the same meeting about the new policy. Instead of saying, "I'm sure we're all on the same page about this being the best approach," you could say, "Here's why I think this approach could work well, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. Do you see any challenges or alternatives we should consider?" This shift in language not only invites discussion, but signals that dissenting opinions are welcome. It's a small change, but it can make a big difference in the tone and outcome of the conversation. In social settings, you can apply the same principle. Instead of saying, "Everyone loves being out in nature, right?" you might say, "I enjoy spending time outdoors, but I know it's not everyone's thing. What do you all feel like doing?" This invites others to share their preferences without feeling like they're contradicting a group consensus. By being open to different perspectives from the outset, you're more likely to find an option that everyone genuinely enjoys. Of course, this doesn't mean you should second-guess yourself at every turn. It's natural to speak from your own perspective and share your ideas with confidence. The key is to balance that confidence with openness. Pay attention to how others respond and be willing to adjust your approach if you sense discomfort or hesitation. Sometimes people won't speak up directly, but will give subtle cues through their body language or tone of voice. Being attuned to these signals can help you create a more inclusive conversation. Another way to counteract the false consensus effect is to actively seek out different viewpoints. Surrounding yourself with people who think differently from you can challenge your assumptions and broaden your perspective. This doesn't mean you have to agree with every opposing view, but it does mean being willing to listen and consider ideas that might not align with your own. Over time, this practice can help you become more aware of when you're projecting your beliefs onto others and more skilled at fostering genuine dialogue. Ultimately, the goal isn't to eliminate the false consensus effect entirely. That would be nearly impossible, given how deeply it's rooted in human psychology. But by being aware of it and taking steps to mitigate its impact, you can create more meaningful and productive conversations. Whether you're discussing weekend plans, workplace policies, or broader issues, the ability to navigate diverse perspectives is a valuable skill. It not only helps you avoid misunderstandings, but also builds stronger relationships and leads to better outcomes for everyone involved. People are social creatures. Whether we realize it or not, much of how we connect with others comes from subtle cues and unconscious behaviors. One of the most effective ways to build rapport with someone is by mirroring. This is the act of reflecting someone's body language, tone of voice, or even their choice of words in a natural, unforced way. When done well, mirroring can make the other person feel more at ease and create a sense of connection. It's not manipulation, but rather a way of aligning yourself with someone else to foster understanding and trust. Imagine you're at a cafe, meeting someone for the first time. As they lean slightly forward in their chair, you do the same. If they gesture with their hands as they speak, you find yourself naturally doing something similar. Without realizing it, you're mirroring them. This behavior taps into something deeply human. When we see others reflecting our actions, it signals to our brain that this person is like us, and that makes us feel comfortable. It's an instinctive response rooted in how we've evolved to connect and cooperate. Now consider the same cafe scenario, but this time the person you're speaking to is stiff and doesn't seem to move much. You're animated, talking with enthusiasm, but they remain stone-faced. Without much effort, you'll start feeling a bit awkward or unsure about the interaction. There's no flow, no shared rhythm, and it feels harder to engage. This contrast highlights why mirroring works so effectively. It's not just about imitation, it's about creating an unspoken harmony between two people. Think about tone of voice as another example. Imagine calling a customer service line and speaking to someone who uses a flat, monotone voice while you're explaining your problem with urgency. Even if they're helpful, their tone makes it harder for you to feel understood. Now, imagine speaking with someone who matches your energy, using a warm and attentive tone. They might not even say anything remarkable, but because their voice mirrors your emotional state, you'll likely feel more reassured and cared for. Mirroring also applies to language. If someone is talking about a great opportunity they're excited about, and you refer to it as an amazing chance, the slight mismatch in wording might go unnoticed consciously, but it can disrupt the flow of connection on a subconscious level. Instead, if you reflect their phrasing and say, "That sounds like a great opportunity," you reinforce their words and make them feel heard. This subtle alignment of language is a small way to create understanding, but it has a big impact. That said, it's important to remember that mirroring isn't about manipulation. The purpose isn't to trick someone into liking you or agreeing with you. It's about creating a space where communication feels natural and easy. If someone feels forced or pressured, the rapport will crumble. True connection only happens when there's authenticity behind the behavior. There are moments when mirroring might not work or could even backfire. If someone is upset or in a negative emotional state, reflecting their energy might escalate the tension instead of resolving it. In those situations, it's often better to lead with a calming presence rather than mirroring frustration or anger. For example, if a customer is angry and speaking loudly, staying calm and steady in your tone can help de-escalate the situation. You're not mirroring their tone, but you're still responding in a way that acknowledges their emotions while guiding the interaction toward resolution. Over time, mirroring can become second nature. The more you practice, the less you'll have to think about it. It's not about studying every gesture or dissecting every word. Instead, it's about being present and genuinely tuned in to the other person. When you focus on truly understanding someone, mirroring often happens naturally. It becomes less of a technique and more of a habit, one that helps you navigate social and professional interactions with ease. Even in group settings, mirroring can create a sense of belonging. If you're part of a team and everyone shares a similar energy, whether it's excitement, focus, or calm determination, it creates cohesion. On the other hand, if one person's body language or tone feels out of sync with the group, it can disrupt the dynamic. Being able to align yourself with the group's rhythm helps build trust and shows you're attuned to the collective energy. Ultimately, mirroring is about connection. It's about showing the other person, whether consciously or unconsciously, that you see them, hear them, and understand them. It's not about trickery or manipulation, but about fostering relationships built on mutual understanding. When done with authenticity and care, mirroring becomes a powerful tool for building trust and strengthening bonds in every area of life. People are social creatures. Whether we realize it or not, much of how we connect with others comes from subtle cues and unconscious behaviors. One of the most effective ways to build rapport with someone is by mirroring. This is the act of reflecting someone's body language, tone of voice, or even their choice of words in a natural, unforced way. When done well, mirroring can make the other person feel more at ease and create a sense of connection. It's not manipulation, but rather a way of aligning yourself with someone else to foster understanding and trust. Imagine you're at a cafe, meeting someone for the first time. As they lean slightly forward in their chair, you do the same. If they gesture with their hands as they speak, you find yourself naturally doing something similar. Without realizing it, you're mirroring them. This behavior taps into something deeply human. When we see others reflecting our actions, it signals to our brain that this person is like us, and that makes us feel comfortable. It's an instinctive response rooted in how we've evolved to connect and cooperate. Now consider the same cafe scenario, but this time the person you're speaking to is stiff and doesn't seem to move much. You're animated, talking with enthusiasm, but they remain stone-faced. Without much effort, you'll start feeling a bit awkward or unsure about the interaction. There's no flow, no shared rhythm, and it feels harder to engage. This contrast highlights why mirroring works so effectively. It's not just about imitation, it's about creating an unspoken harmony between two people. Think about tone of voice as another example. Imagine calling a customer service line and speaking to someone who uses a flat, monotone voice while you're explaining your problem with urgency. Even if they're helpful, their tone makes it harder for you to feel understood. Now, imagine speaking with someone who matches your energy, using a warm and attentive tone. They might not even say anything remarkable, but because their voice mirrors your emotional state, you'll likely feel more reassured, and getting someone to agree to something big can feel daunting. People are naturally cautious when they sense a large ask, but there's a way to make the process easier, smoother, and more natural. It's called the yes ladder. The concept is simple. Start with small, easy-to-agree-with questions, and gradually build toward bigger commitments. This approach takes advantage of human nature and psychology. When someone says yes to a small request, they're more likely to agree to something larger down the line. Imagine this scenario. You're walking through a park on a sunny day, and a stranger approaches you. They smile and ask, "Beautiful day, isn't it?" It's almost automatic to say yes. The sky is clear, the sun is out, and it feels good to agree. Then they follow up with, "Are you a fan of fresh air and spending time outdoors?" Again, most people would say yes without much thought. Now that the person has your attention and has established common ground, they might ask a slightly bigger question. Would you like to support our organization that helps preserve this park? By this point, saying yes feels like the natural continuation of the conversation. This technique works because of a psychological principle called consistency. People like to see themselves as consistent. When they make a small commitment, even something as simple as saying yes to a basic question, they subconsciously align their future behavior with that initial commitment. If they said yes to enjoying the park, it feels inconsistent to reject an opportunity to support it. Let's take another example. Think about a fundraising event. If someone approaches you and immediately asks for a large donation, you might hesitate. Even if you believe in the cause, the size of the request might feel overwhelming. But what if they start differently? They might ask, "Do you believe education is important for children?" Most people would agree. Then they might ask, "Would you agree that every child deserves access to basic school supplies?" Again, it's hard to say no. From there, they could ask for a smaller, manageable commitment, like donating a few dollars to help a single child. Once someone agrees to that, they're more likely to consider a larger donation later. The yes ladder isn't about manipulation or tricking someone. It's about meeting people where they are and guiding them step by step toward a decision that benefits both parties. For it to work effectively, the initial questions need to feel genuine and easy to agree with. If the first question feels forced or out of place, the person might become suspicious. That's why it's important to start with something that feels natural and connected to the bigger picture. Consider how this works in day-to-day conversations. Suppose you're trying to convince a friend to try a new restaurant. If you start with a big ask like, "Do you want to go out to dinner at this new place tonight?" they might hesitate. They're weighing factors like their schedule, their mood, and whether they'll like the food. But if you start smaller, it's easier to get a yes. You could say, "Hey, have you heard about that new Italian place downtown?" Once they say no, you might follow with, "I heard they make amazing pasta. Do you like Italian food?" A yes here sets the tone for the next step. You could then say, Would you be open to trying it sometime? Now the idea feels less abrupt and they're more likely to agree. The key to the yes ladder is pacing. If you rush from the first question to the big ask, it can feel jarring. The progression should feel natural. Each question should build on the last, creating a sense of momentum. This gradual buildup helps the other person feel comfortable and confident in their decisions. Another important aspect is trust. If someone doesn't trust you or your intentions, the yes ladder won't work. Trust comes from authenticity and respect. When using this approach, it's essential to genuinely believe in what you're asking for. People can sense when someone is being insincere, and that's a quick way to shut down any progress. Here's an example of how the yes ladder could work in a workplace setting. Let's say you're a manager trying to get your team on board with a new project. If you dive straight into the details and ask for a big commitment, you might face resistance. Instead, start small. You could ask, "Do you think improving our workflow could make things easier for everyone?" This is a low-stakes question that invites agreement. Once they say yes, you could follow up with, "Would you be interested in exploring some ideas to make that happen?" This builds interest and keeps the conversation moving forward. Finally, you could ask, "Would you be open to joining a meeting to discuss a new approach?" By this point, they've already agreed to the smaller steps, so the bigger ask feels like a natural progression. The yes ladder can also be useful in personal relationships. Imagine you want to encourage your partner to take a weekend trip. Instead of starting with, "Let's go away this weekend," which might feel sudden, you could ask, "Do you feel like we've been working a lot lately?" This invites agreement without pressure. From there, you might say, "Wouldn't it be nice to take a break and relax?" Once they've said yes to that, you could suggest, "What if we took a short trip this weekend to recharge?" By breaking the idea into smaller, more agreeable steps, you're making it easier for them to say yes. Of course, the yes ladder isn't foolproof. Sometimes people will say no, even to the smallest questions. That's okay. The goal isn't to pressure someone into agreement, but to create a path that feels natural and inviting. If someone isn't ready to take the next step, it's important to respect that and not push too hard. This keeps the interaction positive and leaves the door open for future conversations. One of the reasons this technique works so well is because it aligns with how people process decisions. Big decisions can feel overwhelming, especially when they involve uncertainty or risk. But when you break things down into smaller, manageable pieces, it reduces that sense of overwhelm. Each small yes builds confidence and momentum, making the bigger decision feel less intimidating. To use the yes ladder effectively, it helps to think about the end goal and then work backward. What is the big decision or commitment you're aiming for? Once you know that, consider what smaller agreements could lead to it. These smaller steps should feel natural and logical, creating a smooth path from the first yes to the final agreement. For example, if you're a teacher trying to encourage parents to get involved in their child's education, you wouldn't start by asking them to volunteer for a major event. Instead, you might start with something simple like, "Do you believe parental involvement can help children succeed in school?" Once they agree, you might ask, "Would you be willing to attend a short meeting to learn more about ways to support your child?" From there, you could gradually introduce bigger opportunities for involvement. In summary, the yes ladder is a powerful way to build agreement step by step. By starting with small, easy-to-answer questions and gradually building toward larger commitments, you create a sense of momentum and consistency. This approach works in many contexts, from sales to relationships to workplace collaboration. The key is to be genuine, respectful, and patient, guiding the other person through a natural progression of agreement. When done well, the yes ladder doesn't just make it easier to get to yes, it makes the process feel good for everyone involved. It's natural for people to look around and see what others are doing before making a decision. Whether it's choosing where to eat, deciding what movie to watch, or buying a new gadget, people often rely on social cues to guide their choices. This behavior isn't random. It's rooted in psychology and stems from a desire to fit in, avoid risk, or make decisions that feel validated by others. This tendency to follow the crowd is often referred to as social proof, and it's a powerful force in shaping behavior. Imagine you're walking down a busy street and notice two restaurants next to each other. One is nearly full, with groups of people laughing, chatting, and enjoying their meals. The other is empty, with only a single waiter standing at the door, looking bored. Even without knowing anything about the food or service, you might naturally feel inclined to choose the busier restaurant. Why? Because the crowd gives you confidence that it's a good choice. If so many people are eating there, it must be worth your time and money. This is a classic example of social proof in action. It's not about advertising or flashy signs. It's about the subtle influence of group behavior. Social proof shows up everywhere, often without us realizing it. Think about trends in fashion. When a particular style becomes popular, it's not just because people suddenly decide they like it. It's often because they see others wearing it. Celebrities, influencers, or even just a friend's outfit can trigger a domino effect. Before long, everyone wants to join in, not because the item is objectively the best choice, but because being part of the trend feels rewarding. This isn't limited to clothes. Music, hobbies, even phrases or slang follow similar patterns. Once a critical mass of people starts doing something, it creates a sense of momentum that draws others in. Now think about online reviews. Before buying something on a website, many people check the ratings or read reviews left by other customers. Products with thousands of 5-star reviews sell more than those with only a handful, even if the latter are just as good. This is because reviews act as a form of social proof. They show potential buyers that others have already taken the risk and found the product worthwhile. It's the same reason why restaurants display most popular menus or why Netflix highlights top 10 shows. People feel reassured when they know they're choosing something others have approved. Consider another scenario, a charity fundraiser. If you're at an event and see a donation board showing how much others have contributed, you're more likely to donate yourself. Knowing that others are giving creates a sense of community and shared purpose. You might think, if all these people care enough to contribute, maybe I should too. Social proof works because it makes decisions easier. Instead of overthinking or hesitating, people lean on the actions of others as a shortcut to making choices. Social proof doesn't just work in public settings, it's just as effective online. Have you ever visited a website and seen something like 500 people are viewing this product right now, or only 3 left in stock? These messages tap into the same principle. By highlighting what others are doing, they create a sense of urgency and encourage action. Nobody wants to miss out, and knowing that others are interested reinforces the idea that the product is valuable. This strategy isn't pushy or manipulative. It's simply drawing attention to real behavior, and that's enough to nudge many people toward a decision. Social proof also explains why word-of-mouth recommendations are so effective. When a friend or colleague recommends a movie, a restaurant, or a product, it carries more weight than an ad. This isn't just because of trust, though that's part of it. It's also because the recommendation is a form of proof. It's evidence that someone you know has already tried something and found it worthwhile. This is why companies often encourage reviews, testimonials, or referrals. They know that hearing about real experiences from real people is far more convincing than any marketing message. Let's go deeper into how this shapes decisions in different contexts. Picture a workplace where a new software tool is introduced. At first, some employees might be hesitant to try it, but as soon as a few start using it and sharing positive feedback, others follow. The first adopters create a ripple effect. They show that the tool works, that it's useful, and that it's worth the time to learn. Without realizing it, they become influencers within their team. Their behavior sends a subtle but clear message. This is something we're all getting on board with. This scenario highlights how social proof can make even big changes feel less daunting. It's not about forcing anyone to follow. It's about creating an environment where the right choice feels obvious because so many others are already making it. Sometimes social proof works in ways that aren't immediately obvious. Think about environmental campaigns. When people see their neighbors recycling or installing solar panels, they're more likely to do the same. It's not because someone told them to. It's because the behavior becomes normalized. It starts to feel like the default option, the thing everyone does. This is why public commitments like pledges or sharing actions on social media can be so powerful. When someone sees others taking action, it reduces uncertainty and encourages them to join in. It's not about peer pressure. It's about showing that change is possible and that others are already leading the way. Another example is the rise of online challenges or trends. Whether it's a fitness challenge, a cooking trend, or even a viral dance, people participate because they see others doing it. This isn't just about fun or creativity, it's about connection. By joining a trend, people feel like they're part of something bigger. They're not just completing a challenge, they're contributing to a shared experience. Social proof drives this behavior because it provides a sense of belonging. It's not about standing out, it's about fitting in, even in a virtual space. It's important to note that social proof isn't always a conscious process. People don't usually stop to think, everyone else is doing this, so I will too. Instead, it happens in the background. It's a natural response to the environment. When people see patterns or trends, they're drawn to them without needing to overanalyze. This automatic response is part of what makes social proof so effective. It's subtle, yet it shapes decisions in significant ways. For businesses, understanding social proof is crucial. It's not about tricking people or forcing them to follow the crowd. It's about creating confidence. By highlighting what others are doing, businesses can help customers feel reassured and supported. This might mean showcasing testimonials, sharing user-generated content, or emphasizing popularity. The goal isn't to exaggerate or mislead, it's to show real examples of how others are engaging, succeeding, or benefiting. This approach works because it builds trust and reduces uncertainty. To sum up, social proof is a fundamental part of human behavior. People look to others for guidance, whether they're making big decisions or small ones. This isn't about being indecisive or lacking confidence. It's about using the information available to make better choices. When people see trends, patterns, or behaviors, it gives them a sense of security. It's a way of saying, this worked for others, so it will probably work for me too. Recognizing and respecting this tendency can lead to smarter decisions, stronger connections, and a deeper understanding of what drives people to act. Everyone's doing it, not because they have to, but because it feels right, and that's the power of social proof. Bait-and-switch tactics are a controversial marketing strategy that has been around for decades. It involves advertising an appealing product or service to attract customers, only to substitute it with something else once they are interested. The goal of this approach is often to sell a different, usually more expensive or less desirable product. While this strategy can be effective in the short term, it carries significant ethical concerns and can damage trust in the long run. Imagine you see an advertisement for a high-quality smartphone at an incredibly low price. Excited, you head to the store to make the purchase. When you arrive, the salesperson informs you that the advertised phone is out of stock, but offers you a more expensive model instead. This scenario captures the essence of bait and switch. The advertised product, the bait, lures you in, but the company's true aim is to sell you the switch. This tactic preys on consumer expectations and desires. The bait is usually something that appears too good to pass up: a steep discount, an exclusive deal, or a premium product at a bargain price. These offers are designed to catch attention quickly and generate foot traffic or website clicks. However, the promise often has strings attached: limited availability, restrictions, or hidden terms that make the advertised deal impractical or impossible to obtain. Once the customer is engaged, the business pivots to offering an alternative, often claiming the original offer has run out or does not meet the customer's needs. A classic example of bait and switch comes from the retail industry. Furniture stores are known for using this strategy by promoting a sofa set at an extremely low price. When customers inquire about it, they are told it is sold out, and the salesperson guides them toward more expensive options. Another common example is seen in car dealerships. A dealership might advertise a specific car at an unbeatable price, only for potential buyers to find that the vehicle is mysteriously unavailable when they arrive. The salesperson then attempts to upsell a different model or trim. Online shopping has also become a breeding ground for bait-and-switch tactics. a website might advertise an item at a discounted rate, but add unexpected fees during checkout. Alternatively, the site may display a product as available, only to inform customers later that it's back-ordered, while suggesting a pricier alternative. These scenarios frustrate consumers, but can trap them into spending more than they intended. From a psychological perspective, bait-and-switch exploits a consumer's commitment. Once someone has mentally committed to a purchase, it becomes harder to walk away empty-handed. This is especially true if they have already invested time or effort, such as driving to a store or filling out an online order form. Marketers leverage this commitment by presenting alternatives that might not be as appealing as the original bait, but still seem worthwhile compared to leaving with nothing. However, the tactic is not without risks. Regulatory bodies such as the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, in the United States take a firm stance against deceptive advertising practices, including bait and switch. Businesses caught using these tactics can face fines, lawsuits, and reputational harm. For example, the FTC has pursued cases against companies that advertise products at prices they never intended to honor. These actions serve as warnings to businesses about the legal and ethical boundaries of marketing. Beyond legal consequences, bait and switch can severely damage customer trust. In an era where online reviews and social media shape public perception, consumers are quick to share their experiences. A single negative review detailing a bait-and-switch encounter can tarnish a brand's image and deter potential customers. For businesses that rely on repeat sales and long-term relationships, this loss of trust can be particularly damaging. Some companies argue that what might appear to be bait-and-switch is simply a misunderstanding or the result of legitimate circumstances. For instance, a business might genuinely run out of stock for a heavily advertised item due to high demand. While this can happen, the key difference lies in intent. If a company knowingly advertises something it cannot provide with the goal of upselling, it crosses into deceptive territory. Transparency and clear communication are crucial for avoiding such accusations. There are also legal ways to execute strategies that resemble bait and switch without crossing ethical lines. For example, a company might advertise a low-cost product to attract customers, but clearly state that quantities are limited and provide a fair opportunity for consumers to purchase it. Once the item sells out, the company can offer alternatives without misleading its audience. In such cases, the bait serves as a legitimate promotion rather than a deceptive ploy. To better understand the fine line between legitimate marketing and bait and switch, consider a grocery store running a special on a popular brand of cereal. The ad clearly states, "While supplies last." Customers who arrive after the item has sold out are offered a similar brand at a discounted price. Here, the promotion is transparent, and the alternative is presented as a courtesy, not a coercive switch. Contrast this with a store that advertises the cereal without disclosing limited availability, knowing full well it cannot meet the demand. When customers arrive, they are steered toward a more expensive product. The latter scenario demonstrates the unethical manipulation at the heart of bait and switch. Consumers can protect themselves from bait and switch tactics by staying informed and vigilant. Reading the fine print, asking questions, and researching a business's reputation can help identify red flags. For instance, if a deal seems too good to be true, it might warrant closer scrutiny. Consumers should also feel empowered to walk away if an advertised offer is unavailable and the alternatives do not meet their needs or budget. Recognizing that the tactic relies on emotional and psychological pressure can make it easier to resist. Businesses, on the other hand, should prioritize ethical marketing practices. Building trust with customers requires honesty and transparency. Instead of relying on deceptive tactics, companies can focus on providing genuine value. For example, rather than baiting customers with unrealistic offers, businesses can create promotions that are achievable and clearly communicated. This approach not only avoids legal pitfalls, but also fosters loyalty and positive word of mouth. Some businesses have successfully built their brands around transparency and customer trust, avoiding tactics like bait and switch altogether. Companies such as Costco and Trader Joe's, for instance, are known for their straightforward pricing and honest advertising. Customers appreciate knowing they will get what is promised without hidden catches or surprises. This level of trust can differentiate a business in competitive markets where consumers are wary of being misled. While bait and switch may offer short-term gains, its long-term consequences often outweigh the benefits. The tactic can erode trust, invite legal scrutiny, and harm a brand's reputation. In contrast, honest and transparent marketing builds stronger relationships with customers and fosters sustainable growth. By focusing on integrity and delivering on promises, businesses can achieve success without resorting to manipulative practices. Ultimately, marketing is about more than just making a sale. It's about creating a connection with customers and providing solutions that meet their needs. While bait and switch might win attention, it fails to deliver the value and trust that form the foundation of lasting customer relationships. In a marketplace where consumers have more choices and access to information than ever before, authenticity and respect for the customer are the most powerful tools a business can wield. Confirmation bias happens when people focus on information that supports their existing beliefs while ignoring or dismissing evidence that challenges them. It's a common psychological tendency that influences decision-making and reasoning in everyday life. By understanding how it works, you can communicate more effectively and even anticipate how people might respond to your ideas. To do that, you need to frame your arguments in ways that align with the perspectives they already hold. Let's explore how confirmation bias operates and how you can work with it rather than against it. Imagine someone who believes that eating organic food is the key to good health. They've read articles and watched documentaries that reinforce this idea, but they rarely look into research showing that organic food isn't significantly more nutritious than conventional options. If you were trying to convince them otherwise, throwing studies at them about the minimal nutritional differences wouldn't work. Instead, they'd likely dismiss your points outright, chalking them up to biased or incomplete science. This isn't because they're stubborn or irrational. It's because their belief in the value of organic food feels tied to their identity or worldview. This is the power of confirmation bias. It's not just about information. It's about how deeply people connect their beliefs to their sense of self. When you present evidence that contradicts someone's views, it can feel to them like you're challenging who they are, not just what they think. This makes them more likely to dig in their heels and resist your argument, even if what you're saying is reasonable and well supported. So, how do you communicate effectively in the face of confirmation bias? The first step is to meet people where they are. Start by acknowledging their point of view and showing you understand it. For example, if you're talking to someone who values organic food, you might say something like, "It's clear that eating organic is really important to you, and I can see why you'd want to make choices that feel healthier and better for the environment." This doesn't mean you have to agree with them. Instead, you're building a bridge of understanding, which makes them more likely to hear you out. Once you've established common ground, frame your points in ways that align with their existing beliefs. If you're trying to explain that organic food isn't always the best option, you might highlight situations where conventional food can be just as good or better. For instance, you could point out that some small, local farms grow food sustainably, but don't go through the certification process to be labeled organic. This allows you to connect your argument to their underlying values, like supporting health and the environment, rather than directly challenging their belief in organic food. Stories and examples can be powerful tools for overcoming confirmation bias. Data alone often isn't enough to change someone's mind because it can feel abstract or impersonal. But a well-chosen story can make your point more relatable and emotionally compelling. If you're trying to show that conventional food can be a good choice, you might share a story about a farmer who uses sustainable practices but can't afford organic certification. This puts a human face on your argument and makes it harder for someone to dismiss outright. Another important strategy is to ask questions that encourage self-reflection rather than confrontation. Instead of saying, "Organic food isn't always better," you might ask, "Have you ever wondered if there are sustainable options that aren't labeled organic?" This shifts the conversation from a debate to an exploration, which can feel less threatening. Questions like these invite people to think critically without feeling like they're being attacked. It's also helpful to recognize when it's not the right time to challenge someone's beliefs. If someone is highly emotional or defensive, they're unlikely to be receptive to new information. In those moments, the best thing you can do is listen and show empathy. Sometimes just feeling heard and understood can make someone more open to considering different perspectives later on. Confirmation bias doesn't just affect individuals, it also shapes group dynamics. People often surround themselves with others who share their views, which reinforces their beliefs over time. This is why social media can create echo chambers, where people see only information that aligns with their existing opinions. If you're trying to reach someone who's part of a tightly knit group with shared beliefs, you'll need to approach them carefully. Attacking their group's ideas directly will likely backfire because it can feel like an attack on their community. Instead, look for ways to introduce new perspectives gradually and respectfully. If you're part of the same group, you might share your own experiences or thoughts in a way that invites discussion rather than disagreement. For example, you could say, "I've always valued organic food, but recently I learned about some sustainable farms that aren't certified organic, and it made me think differently about what healthy eating means." This approach frames your perspective as a personal journey rather than a challenge to their beliefs, which can make it easier for others to engage with your ideas. On a broader level, understanding confirmation bias can help you become more self-aware. It's easy to recognize when others are falling into the trap of favoring information that supports their views, but it's harder to see it in yourself. Take a moment to think about your own deeply held beliefs. Do you actively seek out information that challenges them, or do you tend to focus on evidence that reinforces what you already think? Being honest with yourself about your biases can make you a more thoughtful and effective communicator. Let's say you strongly believe in the benefits of a plant-based diet. If someone presents evidence that eating small amounts of responsibly sourced meat can be environmentally sustainable, your first instinct might be to dismiss it. But what if, instead, you paused and asked yourself why you feel so strongly? Is it because of health, environmental concerns, or animal welfare? By identifying the core values behind your belief, you can engage with new information more openly without feeling like you're abandoning your principles. Ultimately, confirmation bias is part of being human. It's not something you can eliminate, but it's something you can work with. When you're trying to persuade others, focus on building understanding and finding common ground. Use stories and questions to make your points relatable and thought-provoking. And when you encounter resistance, remember that it's not about winning an argument, it's about planting a seed of curiosity that might grow over time. By approaching conversations with empathy and patience, you'll have a better chance of breaking through the barriers that confirmation bias creates. The halo effect is a cognitive bias that leads people to make assumptions about someone's abilities or qualities based on a single positive characteristic. For example, if someone appears attractive or charismatic, others may unconsciously believe that person is also intelligent, kind, or competent, even without evidence to support those beliefs. This mental shortcut often operates below conscious awareness, shaping judgments and decisions in subtle but powerful ways. Imagine meeting someone for the first time. They're well-dressed, confident, and have a warm smile. Before they say anything, you might find yourself thinking they must be successful or intelligent. This isn't based on anything they've done or said. Instead, your brain is connecting their outward appearance and demeanor to unrelated traits. This is the halo effect in action. The mind assumes that if someone excels in one area, they must excel in others too. This bias doesn't just apply to personal interactions. It influences decisions in workplaces, classrooms, and even courts of law. Employers might favor attractive candidates, assuming they'll perform better on the job. Teachers might believe a well-spoken student is also diligent and capable, even without evidence. Jurors might be more lenient toward a defendant who presents themselves well. The halo effect colors these perceptions, often leading to decisions that aren't entirely rational. To understand how pervasive this effect is, Think about celebrities. Many people assume that because an actor is charming on screen, they must also be knowledgeable or ethical in real life. This assumption often leads to endorsements. If a famous athlete promotes a product, consumers may trust the product's quality, even if the athlete has no expertise in that field. The same phenomenon plays out in politics. A charismatic leader might win over voters based on their speaking style or appearance, even if their policies lack substance. The halo effect allows these surface qualities to overshadow deeper considerations. The origins of this bias are rooted in human evolution. Our ancestors often needed to make quick judgments to survive. Recognizing friend from foe or determining who might be a reliable ally was crucial. Over time, the brain developed shortcuts to make these assessments faster. If someone looked healthy or acted confidently, they were more likely to be trusted or followed. While these instincts helped in survival contexts, they're less reliable in complex modern environments where outward appearances don't always align with actual abilities. Let's consider a workplace scenario. A manager interviews two candidates for a promotion. One is articulate and confident, presenting their ideas with ease. The other is less polished, but has a proven track record of results. The manager might lean toward the articulate candidate, believing they'll perform better in a leadership role. This decision is influenced by the halo effect. While confidence and communication are important, they don't always correlate with leadership skills or job performance. By focusing on surface traits, the manager risks overlooking the true potential of the second candidate. In education, the halo effect can shape how teachers perceive students. A student who participates actively in class and speaks clearly might be seen as more intelligent or hardworking than a quieter peer. This perception might lead to higher grades or more opportunities, regardless of actual performance. The opposite is true as well. A student who struggles in one subject might be unfairly judged as less capable in others, even if they excel elsewhere. These biases can affect a student's confidence and future opportunities, perpetuating a cycle of misjudgment. Marketing and advertising also exploit the halo effect. Brands often associate their products with attractive or successful people to create a positive impression. For instance, a luxury car commercial might feature a glamorous actor driving through scenic landscapes. The goal is to link the car with the actor's charisma and lifestyle, persuading viewers to associate the product with those qualities. This approach works because the halo effect encourages consumers to transfer their positive feelings about the person to the product. However, the halo effect isn't inherently negative. It can foster goodwill and create opportunities for positive interactions. If someone's charisma makes others perceive them as trustworthy, they might find it easier to build relationships or lead teams. The key is to recognize when this bias is influencing decisions and ensure it doesn't overshadow critical thinking. One way to counteract the halo effect is to focus on objective criteria. In hiring, for example, structured interviews and assessments can help evaluate candidates based on their skills and experience rather than their appearance or demeanor. In education, using clear grading rubrics can ensure that students are assessed fairly, regardless of how they present themselves in class. By relying on measurable standards, it becomes easier to separate genuine competence from superficial impressions. Another strategy is to seek diverse perspectives. When making decisions, consulting others can help identify biases that might go unnoticed. For example, in a hiring panel, one person might be swayed by a candidate's confidence, while another might focus on their qualifications. By discussing these impressions, the group can arrive at a more balanced evaluation. Encouraging open dialogue and questioning assumptions can reduce the influence of the halo effect. Self-awareness is also crucial. Recognizing your own tendencies to judge based on appearances or charisma can help you make more informed decisions. For instance, if you catch yourself favoring someone because they seem likable or confident, take a step back and consider whether those qualities are relevant to the situation. Reflecting on past decisions can also reveal patterns where the halo effect may have played a role. Let's return to the idea of celebrities and endorsements. If a famous singer endorses a skincare product, it's worth asking whether their recommendation is based on expertise or simply their public persona. Similarly, when evaluating leaders, consider whether their charisma is backed by effective policies or achievements. By questioning these associations, it becomes easier to separate genuine competence from superficial appeal. The halo effect also has implications for personal relationships. In social settings, people might gravitate toward those who are outgoing or attractive, assuming they'll make good friends or partners. While these traits can contribute to positive relationships, they're not the only factors that matter. Taking the time to understand someone's values, interests, and character can lead to deeper connections and avoid disappointment caused by misplaced expectations. In summary, the halo effect is a natural but often misleading cognitive bias. It leads people to make broad assumptions based on limited information, favoring surface traits over deeper qualities. While this bias can create positive impressions, it also risks distorting judgments and decisions. By focusing on objective criteria, seeking diverse perspectives, and cultivating self-awareness, it's possible to counteract the influence of the halo effect and make more rational choices. Recognizing this bias not only improves decision-making, but also fosters fairness and understanding in interactions with others. The next time you find yourself drawn to someone's charm or appearance, take a moment to ask whether those qualities are truly relevant. You might be surprised at what you discover. Imagine you're deciding between two streaming services. The first one costs $8 a month and gives you access to a standard library of movies and TV shows. The second one costs $15 a month and offers everything in the first plan, plus exclusive new releases and a larger selection. If those were your only choices, you might hesitate. Maybe you'd go for the cheaper option, thinking you don't need the extras. Or maybe you'd choose the premium plan, feeling the additional features are worth it. But now imagine a third option enters the picture. This new plan costs $14.50, offers the same content as the $15 plan, but doesn't include the exclusive new releases. Suddenly, the $15 option starts to look much better. It's only 50 cents more, but it has a clear advantage over the $4.50 plan. You feel like you're getting a better deal. This is the decoy effect in action. The decoy effect happens when the introduction of a mediocre third option makes one of the original options look better by comparison. The decoy itself isn't meant to be chosen. Its only purpose is to steer you toward the option the seller wants you to pick. It's a subtle but powerful way to influence decision-making without the consumer even realizing it. Consider another example. You're shopping for a new camera. A basic model costs $300 and has the features most casual photographers need. A premium model costs $700 and includes more advanced features for professionals. You're torn between saving money or investing in quality. Then you notice a third option, a mid-range model for $650. It offers slightly more than the basic model, but doesn't include all the features of the premium one. Suddenly, the $700 premium model feels like the smarter choice. For only $50 more, you get significantly better features. The $650 option, even if it's not a terrible deal, exists primarily to push you toward the $700 model. It makes the premium option seem like the best value. This tactic isn't limited to pricing strategies. It can also apply to other areas of decision-making, like subscription plans, service packages, or even political campaigns. The decoy doesn't have to be a product. It can be any choice presented in a way that makes another option look better. For instance, a candidate in a debate might focus on a less popular opponent to make themselves seem more appealing by comparison. The power of the decoy effect lies in how humans process choices. When people make decisions, they often compare options to each other instead of evaluating them independently. This is called relative thinking. If you're choosing between two options, your choice depends on how you perceive their differences. Adding a third, less attractive option changes the dynamic. The original options are no longer compared only to each other. They're also compared to the decoy. This makes one option stand out as clearly superior. The decoy exploits this tendency by making the target option seem like the most logical choice. Take a simple scenario involving restaurant menus. Imagine a menu lists two wines. The first is a house red for $10 a glass, and the second is a premium red for $20 a glass. Some customers will pick the house red because it's more affordable, while others will splurge on the premium wine. But now the menu adds a third option, a mid-tier wine for $18 a glass. Suddenly, the $20 wine feels like a much better deal. For just $2 more, customers think they're getting a significant upgrade. The $18 wine likely won't sell as much, but it's there to make the $20 wine more appealing. Without the decoy, customers might have been hesitant to pay the full $20, but with it, the premium wine becomes the obvious choice. The decoy effect doesn't work in every situation. For it to be effective, the decoy option needs to meet certain criteria. First, it must be similar to the target option, but slightly inferior. If the decoy is too different, it won't create the desired comparison. Second, the decoy must be close in price or value to the target option. If it's too cheap or too expensive, it won't make the target look as appealing. Finally, the decoy has to be presented in a way that draws attention to its flaws. If consumers don't notice the differences, the decoy effect won't take hold. Think about how this applies to subscription services. A music streaming app might offer a free plan with limited features, a $5 plan with no ads, and a $10 plan with additional perks like offline listening and exclusive content. Without a decoy, the $5 plan might seem like the best deal for most users. But what if the company adds a $9.50 plan? This new plan includes offline listening but not exclusive content. Now, the $10 plan feels like the better deal because it offers more for just 50 cents extra. The $9.50 plan acts as a decoy, nudging customers toward the $10 option. Companies use the decoy effect because it works. Research has shown that people are more likely to choose the target option when a decoy is present. This tactic leverages human psychology in subtle ways. It doesn't force a decision or rely on flashy marketing. Instead, it shifts how people perceive their choices. By making one option look better relative to another, companies can guide customers toward their desired outcome without making them feel manipulated. To spot the decoy effect in real life, pay attention to how choices are framed. Look for options that seem oddly specific or slightly inferior to another choice. Ask yourself why that option exists. Does it serve a purpose, or is it just there to influence your perception? For instance, when comparing phone plans, notice if one plan is priced just below the premium option, but offers significantly less value. If so, it might be a decoy. Understanding the decoy effect can help you make more informed decisions. By recognizing how companies use this tactic, you can focus on evaluating each option on its own merits. Consider what you actually need and whether the better deal is truly worth the extra cost. This doesn't mean you should always avoid the target option. Sometimes it really is the best choice. But being aware of the decoy effect ensures that your decision is based on your priorities, not just clever marketing. The decoy effect highlights how easily human behavior can be influenced. It's a reminder that our decisions aren't always as rational as we'd like to believe. Companies use this insight to their advantage, but consumers can turn the tables by staying vigilant. The next time you're faced with 3 options and one seems like an obvious choice, take a closer look. You might just spot the decoy. Imagine you're about to give an important presentation to a room full of people. Your palms are sweaty, your heart is racing, and you feel certain that everyone can see just how nervous you are. You're convinced they're noticing the small tremble in your hands or the slight quiver in your voice. But here's the reality: they probably don't notice it at all. This phenomenon, known as the illusion of transparency, means you're much more aware of your emotions than anyone else is. When you're in a stressful situation, your attention naturally focuses on how you feel. This self-awareness amplifies the intensity of your emotions in your own mind, making them seem larger than life. You might believe that everyone around you can see exactly what's going on inside your head. However, people are often more focused on themselves or the task at hand. They're not analyzing you nearly as closely as you think they are. Understanding this can help you stay calm and perform better under pressure. Let's consider a scenario. Imagine a college student, Sarah, giving her first class presentation. As she begins, she's sure her classmates are noticing every little sign of her nervousness. She feels her voice wobble on the first sentence and assumes everyone hears it too. But in reality, Most of her classmates are preoccupied with their own thoughts. Some are thinking about their own upcoming presentations. Others are taking notes, checking the clock, or simply zoning out. What Sarah perceives as glaring signs of her nerves are, to her audience, either imperceptible or irrelevant. This illusion of transparency isn't just limited to public speaking. It can happen in any situation where emotions run high. Think about a job interview, a first date, or even a difficult conversation with a friend. You might feel like your anxiety, excitement, or frustration is obvious to everyone, but the truth is, it's likely far less noticeable than you think. This disconnect between how you feel and how others perceive you is reassuring because it means you have more control over how you present yourself than you realize. Understanding this concept can help you make better decisions in stressful moments. Take a moment to think about the last time you felt nervous or embarrassed. Did you assume others were judging you harshly? Did that assumption affect how you acted? If so, you're not alone. The illusion of transparency can make you second-guess yourself, freeze up, or overcompensate. But when you realize that people are less attuned to your emotions than you think, you can focus on what really matters: your actions, your words, and your overall presence. Let's go back to Sarah's presentation. Knowing about the illusion of transparency might not make her nerves disappear, but it can change how she approaches the situation. Instead of worrying about how nervous she looks, she can focus on delivering her key points clearly. She can remind herself that even if she stumbles on a word or pauses awkwardly, it's unlikely to leave a lasting impression on her audience. They're more likely to remember the content of her talk than the moment her voice cracked. This mindset shift can also help in professional settings. Imagine a manager, David, preparing to lead a high-stakes meeting with senior executives. He feels underprepared and worries that his anxiety will undermine his credibility. If he believes in the illusion of transparency, he might realize that his audience is more focused on his ideas than on him personally. With this in mind, he can focus on articulating his message and trusting his preparation. Even if he feels nervous, he'll project more confidence simply by shifting his attention away from how he feels and toward what he wants to communicate. This isn't about pretending emotions don't exist or suppressing them entirely. It's about recognizing that you don't have to let those emotions control you. When you understand that others are unlikely to notice your inner turmoil, it becomes easier to stay composed. You might still feel the adrenaline rush, but instead of panicking, you can acknowledge it and move forward. This approach builds resilience over time, making it easier to navigate high-pressure situations in the future. Of course, the illusion of transparency doesn't mean people never notice anything. If you're visibly upset, someone might pick up on it. But even then, they're less likely to notice the full extent of your emotions. And when people do notice, their interpretations are often far more charitable than you'd expect. A shaky voice might be seen as enthusiasm, a long pause as thoughtfulness, and a flushed face as passion. People tend to give others the benefit of the doubt, especially when the stakes are high. This brings us to another important point. How you interpret others' reactions matters. If you assume they're judging you harshly, you'll feel more nervous and less confident. But if you remind yourself that they're likely focusing on your overall message rather than every small mistake, you can approach the situation with more ease. In most cases, people want you to succeed. They're not waiting for you to fail, they're rooting for you, even if silently. To put this into practice, start by reframing your thoughts in stressful situations. When you catch yourself worrying about how others perceive your emotions, pause and challenge that assumption. Remind yourself of the illusion of transparency and focus on what you can control. This might include preparing thoroughly, practicing mindfulness, or simply taking a few deep breaths before you begin. The goal is to shift your attention from what you can't control, how others might perceive you, to what you can, how you show up in the moment. Over time, this shift can have a powerful effect. You'll start to build confidence, not because your nerves disappear, but because you'll learn to function effectively despite them. You'll realize that staying calm under pressure isn't about eliminating fear. It's about understanding that fear doesn't have to define your actions. By focusing on what truly matters, you'll perform better, feel more at ease, and leave a stronger impression on others. Let's revisit David's high-stakes meeting. Armed with this knowledge, he might still feel a knot in his stomach as he walks into the room. But instead of fixating on it, he channels his energy into delivering his ideas clearly and confidently. He reminds himself that the executives aren't looking for perfection, they're looking for solutions. Even if he stumbles or forgets a detail, he knows it's unlikely to overshadow the value of his contributions. The same goes for Sarah in her classroom presentation. She might feel nervous at the start, but by focusing on the content of her talk rather than her nerves, she's able to settle into a rhythm. She realizes that the more she concentrates on her material, the less she notices her own nerves, and the less likely anyone else is to notice them either. By the end of the presentation, she's not only delivered her points effectively, but also gained a newfound sense of confidence in her ability to handle challenging situations. The illusion of transparency reminds us that we're often our own toughest critics. The emotions we think are written all over our faces are usually much less visible than we believe. This knowledge is empowering because it allows us to let go of the fear of being judged and instead focus on what truly matters. Whether you're speaking to a crowd, navigating a tough conversation, or tackling a high-pressure task, understanding this concept can help you approach the moment with calm and clarity. And the more you practice this mindset, the more natural it becomes to stay composed, even when the stakes are high. Have you ever walked into a room and felt as though all eyes were on you? Maybe you noticed a tiny stain on your shirt and became certain that everyone else could see it too. Or you stumbled over your words during a conversation and spent the rest of the day convinced that others were replaying that moment in their heads. This is what psychologists call the spotlight effect. It's the belief that other people are paying far more attention to us than they actually are. The spotlight effect happens because we are the center of our own world. We experience life through our own perspective, so it's natural to assume that others are just as focused on us as we are. In reality, most people are too wrapped up in their own lives to notice the small details about yours. That stain on your shirt, they probably didn't even see it. That awkward moment in the conversation, they likely forgot about it within seconds, if they even registered it at all. This phenomenon can be traced back to the way our brains work. Humans have a tendency to overestimate how much attention others are giving us because we're so attuned to our own thoughts, feelings, and actions. We assume that others notice the same things we notice about ourselves. But here's the thing. Everyone else is doing the exact same thing. They're too busy thinking about their own lives to spend much time analyzing yours. Let's say you're giving a presentation at work. You're nervous, and you're sure that everyone can see how shaky your hands are or how you stumbled over a word in the first minute. Afterward, you replay every perceived mistake in your head, imagining how your coworkers must be judging you. But if you were to ask them what they thought, you'd likely get responses like, "You did a great job," or "I barely noticed any mistakes." That's because most people were probably focused on the content of your presentation or even thinking about their own to-do lists. The details you obsessed over barely registered for them. The spotlight effect doesn't just apply to embarrassing moments. It can also make us overestimate how much others notice our achievements, style choices, or even our social media posts. You might spend hours crafting the perfect Instagram caption, convinced that everyone will analyze it as much as you did. In reality, most people will scroll past it in a matter of seconds, maybe leaving a quick like or comment before moving on. This isn't because they don't care about you. It's simply because their attention is divided among countless other things. Understanding the spotlight effect can be a powerful tool for reducing self-consciousness. When you realize that others aren't scrutinizing you as much as you think, it becomes easier to let go of your fears and insecurities. For example, if you're nervous about joining a new group or trying something outside your comfort zone, remind yourself that people aren't paying as much attention to you as you imagine. They're likely more concerned with their own experience than with judging yours. Consider a scenario where you're at a party. You spill a drink on yourself, and immediately feel mortified, imagining that everyone saw it happen and is now thinking about how clumsy you are. But if you take a step back and observe the situation, you'll notice that most people didn't even see the spill. Those who did might have offered a quick laugh or a reassuring comment before returning to their own conversations. By the end of the night, they've likely forgotten about it altogether. You, however, might still be replaying it in your head. Recognizing the spotlight effect in moments like these can help you move on and enjoy yourself instead of dwelling on something that no one else remembers. Another way to counteract the spotlight effect is to shift your focus outward. Instead of worrying about how others perceive you, try to focus on the people around you. Ask questions, listen actively, and engage in the moment. This not only helps you feel less self-conscious, but also makes you a more thoughtful and present participant in social situations. When you're genuinely interested in others, you're less likely to get caught up in your own insecurities. It's also helpful to remind yourself that everyone makes mistakes and has awkward moments. These experiences are part of being human. If you've ever witnessed someone else stumble over their words or trip on a sidewalk, you probably didn't dwell on it for long. You might have felt a brief pang of empathy before moving on with your day. The same is true when the roles are reversed. Most people aren't as critical of you as you are of yourself. Let's look at another example. Imagine you're at the gym, trying a new exercise for the first time. You feel self-conscious, convinced that everyone around you is judging your form or noticing that you're struggling with the movement. But if you pause and observe the room, you'll likely see that most people are focused on their own workouts. They're adjusting their weights, checking their phones, or looking in the mirror to correct their own form. Even if someone does glance your way, it's probably out of curiosity or a passing thought, not judgment. The spotlight effect doesn't mean that people never notice you. Of course, there will be times when someone picks up on something you said or did. But the extent to which they notice and care is almost always smaller than you think. People are naturally self-focused, and their attention tends to shift quickly from one thing to the next. Recognizing this can help you put your own experiences into perspective. It's worth noting that the spotlight effect isn't entirely a bad thing. Being aware of how you come across to others can help you build social skills and navigate complex interactions. For instance, if you're preparing for a job interview, it's helpful to consider how your body language and tone of voice might be perceived. The key is to strike a balance between self-awareness and self-compassion. Instead of fixating on every potential flaw, focus on presenting yourself in a way that feels authentic and confident. Ultimately, the spotlight effect is a reminder that we're all human. We all have moments of self-doubt, and we all tend to overestimate how much others notice us. But once you understand this phenomenon, you can use it to your advantage. The next time you catch yourself feeling self-conscious, take a deep breath and remember that most people are too busy with their own lives to scrutinize yours. This simple shift in perspective can help you feel more at ease and more willing to take risks, try new things, and embrace your imperfections. Life is full of moments that feel bigger than they are. By recognizing the spotlight effect and reminding yourself that others aren't as focused on you as you think, you can free yourself from unnecessary stress and self-consciousness. Instead of worrying about how you're being perceived, focus on what truly matters to you. When you do, you'll find that those small, uncomfortable moments fade into the background, leaving more room for joy, connection, and growth. The sunk cost fallacy is a powerful psychological tendency that influences decision-making. It happens when people continue to invest in something simply because they have already committed resources like time, money, or effort. Instead of reevaluating based on future benefits, they fixate on the past. This creates opportunities for strategic use in negotiations. By understanding how it works and recognizing when someone is trapped by it, you can steer conversations to your advantage. Imagine someone renovating a home. They have already spent a significant amount on upgrades, only to realize halfway through that the repairs cost more than the house's potential resale value. Logic would suggest cutting losses and walking away, but many push forward, unwilling to waste their prior investment. This irrational commitment often emerges in professional and personal negotiations, giving you an edge if you know how to identify and exploit it. Let's say you're negotiating with a supplier. They've already spent months developing a product prototype that isn't performing as expected. You've noticed they are emotionally invested because of the time and resources poured into the project. Instead of pressing them to start from scratch, offer a compromise that allows them to salvage their existing work while still meeting your needs. For example, you might suggest changes that build on what they've already created, even if a complete redesign would be more efficient. By framing the solution as a way to save their investment, you make it easier for them to agree. A common example comes from workplace settings. Picture a manager who has spent a year pushing an initiative that isn't delivering results. They've convinced their team to buy in, presented the idea to executives, and allocated significant resources to the project. You're aware that pulling the plug might reflect poorly on their judgment. Instead of directly opposing the project, position yourself as someone who can help course correct. Suggest tweaks that build on the original idea rather than discarding it outright. This allows the manager to preserve their credibility while opening the door for your input. You've turned their attachment to the project into a tool for collaboration. Recognizing sunk costs is also valuable when negotiating contracts or deals. Suppose a client has already spent a large amount of money on a vendor who isn't delivering. They may feel stuck, fearing the money they've already spent will go to waste if they abandon the deal. Here, you can offer a solution that mitigates their perceived loss. If you're competing for their business, highlight how transitioning to your services could salvage some of their investment. For example, suggest that certain work done by the previous vendor can still be used under your plan. By easing the sting of abandonment, you lower their resistance to change. The fallacy also plays a role in sales negotiations. Imagine you're selling a high-ticket item to a buyer who has already spent considerable time exploring options. They've invested hours researching, visiting showrooms, and reviewing competitors. At this point, they may feel compelled to justify their effort by making a purchase, even if they're unsure. To close the deal, acknowledge their time and effort. Use phrases like, "It's clear you've put a lot of thought into this decision." Then, emphasize how your product aligns with the work they've already done. By validating their prior investment, you increase the likelihood they'll choose your option. The sunk cost fallacy can also be exploited when dealing with hiring decisions. Suppose a company has invested heavily in recruiting and onboarding a new employee who isn't performing well. Let's say you're negotiating to take over the role. Instead of highlighting the mistakes made in hiring, propose how your skills can maximize the value of the investment already made. Suggest ways to build on the existing processes, such as utilizing training materials already developed for the previous hire. This approach helps the employer feel like their prior investment wasn't entirely wasted, making it easier for them to move forward with you. In partnerships, the fallacy can also give you leverage. Let's say a potential partner has already poured resources into a project that's struggling. Instead of pointing out their failure, show them how collaborating with you can revive it. For instance, if they've spent time building software that isn't gaining traction, offer to integrate it into your existing product line. Frame it as a way to breathe new life into their work, rather than a complete overhaul. This strategy takes advantage of their emotional attachment while positioning you as a problem solver. Knowing how to spot the sunk cost fallacy can also help you avoid falling into the trap yourself. Consider a scenario where you're negotiating from a position of weakness because of a prior commitment. For example, you've already spent significant resources on a marketing campaign that isn't generating leads, but you're reluctant to walk away. An experienced negotiator might use this to their advantage by offering costly solutions that keep you tied to the failing campaign. Recognize when you're clinging to sunk costs and reevaluate based on future benefits rather than past expenses. By breaking free of the fallacy, you'll negotiate from a position of strength. The same principle applies when renegotiating contracts. Imagine you've signed a multi-year deal that isn't delivering the expected results. The other party might use your attachment to the initial agreement to push for concessions. They might argue, "You've already invested so much into this partnership. Why not give it more time?" To counter this, focus on the future. Acknowledge the past investment, but redirect the conversation to what's best moving forward. For example, while we've made significant investments, it's important to pivot towards strategies that drive better outcomes. By reframing the discussion, you're less likely to fall victim to manipulation. Understanding the sunk cost fallacy can also help you identify when emotions are clouding judgment. People often double down on failing strategies because admitting failure feels worse than continuing to invest. Recognizing this behavior in others allows you to approach negotiations with empathy. Instead of challenging their decisions outright, guide them toward alternatives that preserve their dignity. For instance, if a colleague is clinging to a failing initiative, suggest ways to reframe it as a learning experience that can inform future efforts. By validating their efforts while offering a way out, you're more likely to reach an agreement. In competitive negotiations, the fallacy can also give you insight into your opponent's vulnerabilities. Let's say you're in a bidding war for a property. The other party has already invested heavily in due diligence, but hasn't closed the deal. Use their attachment to their prior investment to your advantage. For example, you might include terms in your bid that highlight the additional costs they'll face if they continue. By emphasizing the downsides of their commitment, you increase your chances of securing the deal. The sunk cost fallacy is deeply ingrained in human psychology. People hate to feel like they've wasted resources, which often leads to irrational decisions. By understanding this tendency, you can navigate negotiations more effectively. Recognize when others are clinging to past investments and frame your proposals as ways to preserve or salvage those commitments. At the same time, stay vigilant to avoid falling into the same trap yourself. Evaluate every decision based on its future value rather than past costs. By leveraging this knowledge strategically, you can gain a significant advantage in any negotiation. Humans are not calculators. We don't weigh every piece of information equally, and we rarely base decisions on raw data alone. Instead, we rely on shortcuts. These mental shortcuts, called heuristics, help us make sense of the world quickly. One of the most influential of these is the availability heuristic. This is the tendency to judge the probability or importance of something based on how easily examples come to mind. While this can be useful in some cases, it often leads to distorted views. Vivid examples and personal stories can overshadow dry statistics, no matter how compelling the data may be. Imagine you're deciding whether to swim in the ocean during your summer vacation. You've read the statistics about shark attacks and know that the odds of being bitten are incredibly low. In fact, you're more likely to be injured by a falling vending machine than by a shark. Still, you hesitate. Why? Because you recently saw a news story about a shark attack, complete with dramatic footage of the aftermath. That vivid image sticks with you and overrides the rational part of your brain that understands the low risk. The story triggers the availability heuristic, making the danger feel much greater than it is. This cognitive bias plays a powerful role in shaping opinions and decisions, and it's something that advertisers, politicians, and anyone trying to persuade others can't afford to ignore. Data has its place, but if you want to truly influence someone, you need to understand how the availability heuristic works and how to use it effectively. Storytelling is one of the most potent tools at your disposal. Consider the case of public health campaigns. Imagine you're trying to convince people to stop smoking. You could bombard them with numbers about the risks of lung cancer, heart disease, and early death. These facts are accurate and well documented, but they often fail to change behavior. Now picture a different approach. You introduce a middle-aged man named David. He's gaunt, his voice raspy from throat cancer. David shares his story of how he started smoking as a teenager and thought he'd never suffer the consequences. He talks about how it started with just a cigarette after school, then became a pack a day. Now he's living with a tracheotomy and struggles to walk up a flight of stairs. That single vivid story can resonate more deeply than any chart or graph ever could. People remember David. They feel his pain, and they internalize the warning in a way they never would with raw statistics. This isn't just speculation, it's backed by research. Studies have shown that people are more likely to donate to a charitable cause when presented with the story of a single individual in need rather than with facts about a broader issue. Psychologists call this the identifiable victim effect. A personal story activates our empathy and makes the problem feel immediate and real. Data, on the other hand, tends to feel abstract. You might know that millions of people are affected by poverty, but hearing about a specific family struggling to put food on the table can create a much stronger emotional response. This is the availability heuristic at work. This doesn't mean data is irrelevant. On the contrary, data is crucial for understanding the big picture and for grounding your argument in reality. But if you want your message to stick, you need to pair the data with stories that make the issue come alive. It's the combination of the two that creates the most compelling case. Imagine you're an environmental activist trying to raise awareness about climate change. You could present a mountain of data about rising sea levels, increasing global temperatures, and the loss of biodiversity. While these facts are important, they're unlikely to move most people on their own. Now think about the impact of sharing a story about a farmer named Maria, whose crops have failed 3 years in a row because of drought. Maria talks about how her family has had to sell their livestock, and she worries about whether her children will have a future on the land their ancestors have farmed for generations. Pair Maria's story with the broader data about climate change, and you create a narrative that's both emotionally engaging and intellectually convincing. The power of storytelling is rooted in how our brains process information. When we hear a story, we don't just passively absorb the words. We imagine the scenes, visualize the characters, and feel the emotions they're experiencing. This mental simulation makes the story more memorable and impactful. In contrast, data often engages only the rational part of our brain, which is less effective at driving action. A statistic might inform us, but a story can inspire us. Take another example, this time in the context of a courtroom. A defense attorney might present forensic evidence and alibis to prove their client's innocence. But the prosecution counters with a story about the night of the crime, complete with vivid details about the victim's final moments. Even if the defense's evidence is stronger, the prosecution's narrative can sway the jury because it's easier to imagine and remember. This doesn't mean the jury is irrational. It's simply human nature. We're wired to respond to stories. The availability heuristic doesn't just influence individuals, it can shape public opinion on a massive scale. Think about how the media covers certain issues. A single plane crash might dominate the news for days, even though air travel is statistically one of the safest modes of transportation. Meanwhile, far more common risks, like car accidents or heart disease, receive less attention. The vivid images and emotional stories surrounding a plane crash make it feel more significant than the data suggests. This, in turn, can influence policies, funding decisions, and public attitudes. Understanding this dynamic is crucial for anyone trying to communicate effectively. If you're advocating for a cause, selling a product, or trying to change someone's mind, you need to think about how you're presenting your message. Are you relying solely on facts and figures, or are you tapping into the power of storytelling? Are you considering what examples will stick in your audience's mind and feel relevant to their lives? To make this practical, imagine you're a teacher trying to explain the dangers of distracted driving to a group of teenagers. You could cite statistics about how many accidents are caused by texting and driving each year. But to really drive the point home, you might share the story of a high school student who lost her life in a car crash because she glanced at her phone to read a text. You describe how her parents found out, the impact on her friends, and how her younger brother now refuses to ride in a car with anyone who's texting. That story lingers. It makes the risk feel real, in a way that numbers alone never could. The availability heuristic isn't inherently good or bad. It's simply a feature of how our minds work. But by understanding it, you can become a more effective communicator. Use stories to make your message resonate, and back them up with data to give your argument credibility. Remember that people don't just make decisions with their heads, they make them with their hearts too. If you want to persuade, you need to speak to both. Imagine you are deciding whether to undergo a medical procedure. You hear it has a 90% success rate. That sounds reassuring, doesn't it? Now imagine the same procedure is described differently. You hear that it has a 10% failure rate. Suddenly, it feels riskier, even though the actual information is identical. This is the framing effect in action, and it can profoundly influence the way people make decisions. The framing effect happens when the way information is presented changes how we perceive and respond to it. The facts remain the same, but our interpretation of those facts shifts depending on whether they are framed in a positive or negative way. It's a subtle psychological phenomenon that affects decision-making across various areas of life, from health and finance to marketing and public policy. Let's break it down further with another example. Imagine you are considering a new weight loss program. The program claims that 80 out of every 100 participants successfully lose weight. That sounds like a solid endorsement of its effectiveness. However, if the program instead tells you that 20 out of every 100 participants fail to lose weight, you might hesitate. The success and failure rates are just different ways of describing the same outcome, but the way the information is framed alters how you feel about it. This effect works because humans are naturally drawn to positive framing. It's more comfortable to think about gains than losses, about success rather than failure. Positive frames tap into our optimism and our desire to avoid risk. Negative frames, on the other hand, force us to confront uncertainty and the potential for things to go wrong. That contrast can make all the difference when we're making choices, even when the underlying information is the same. Consider the framing effect in the context of marketing. If a product is advertised as 95% fat-free, it is more appealing than if it's described as contains 5% fat, even though both statements are accurate. The positive framing of fat-free suggests health and wellness, while the negative framing of contains fat draws attention to something undesirable. This principle is frequently used in food packaging, advertisements, and branding to shape consumer perceptions. The framing effect also appears in healthcare decisions. A doctor might tell a patient that a surgery has a 70% chance of survival. That framing is likely to make the procedure sound worthwhile. If the same doctor instead said the surgery has a 30% chance of death, the patient might feel much more apprehensive. Even though the two statements communicate the same risk, the way they are framed can sway the patient's feelings and, ultimately, their choice. Another interesting area where the framing effect plays a role is in public policy. Governments often use positive framing to encourage public participation in programs or compliance with regulations. For example, a campaign to reduce water usage might emphasize that conserving water saves money and helps the environment. That's a positive frame focusing on benefits. If the same campaign said wasting water harms the environment and increases your bills, it shifts the focus to the negative consequences. While both statements aim to achieve the same outcome, the positive framing is likely to be more effective in motivating people to act. You can also see the framing effect at work in how financial decisions are presented. Investment firms often frame potential gains more prominently than potential losses. For instance, they might emphasize that a particular mutual fund has delivered a 10% return on investment over the past year. This sounds appealing, but if the same fund is described as has a 90% chance of not earning any return above 10%, it might give potential investors pause. Both descriptions reflect the same reality, but the framing shapes how people interpret the risk and reward. The framing effect is not limited to how others present information to us. We also apply it in our own thinking and communication. When explaining a decision or persuading someone, we often instinctively choose a positive frame to make our point more appealing. For example, someone advocating for an electric car might say it reduces emissions and saves money on fuel. They are less likely to say it still requires electricity, which may come from non-renewable sources, even though both statements are true. Framing also influences social interactions. Imagine you are hosting a dinner party and need to let your guests know about a potential issue with the meal. If you say, "The dish is 90% ready," your guests will likely feel relaxed and reassured. But if you say, "10% of the dish still isn't ready," it might create unnecessary concern. The way you frame the situation shapes how others perceive it. While the framing effect can be useful for influencing decisions, it also raises ethical questions. For instance, is it fair to frame information in a way that deliberately steers people toward a particular choice? In some contexts, such as marketing or politics, framing can be seen as manipulative. In others, such as healthcare or education, it might be viewed as a tool to encourage better outcomes. The ethical implications often depend on the intent behind the framing and whether it ultimately benefits the person receiving the information. Understanding the framing effect can help us become more mindful of how we interpret information. When faced with a decision, it's worth taking a moment to ask whether the way the information is framed might be influencing our judgment. Is there a different way to look at the same facts? Could a positive frame be masking risks, or could a negative frame be exaggerating them? Taking the time to reframe the information for ourselves can lead to better informed choices. Being aware of the framing effect can also help us communicate more effectively. If you want to persuade someone or present an idea clearly, consider how you frame your message. Positive frames are often more engaging and motivating, while negative frames might be better for highlighting risks or creating urgency. By choosing the right frame for your message, you can make it more impactful without distorting the underlying facts. To see how this might work in practice, imagine you're a teacher encouraging students to prepare for an upcoming exam. You could say, "If you study for the exam, you'll have a much better chance of doing well and achieving your goals." That's a positive frame that emphasizes the benefits of studying. Alternatively, you could say, "If you don't study, you're likely to fail and fall behind in your goals." That's a negative frame that highlights the consequences of not studying. Both approaches might motivate students, but their emotional impact would be quite different. The framing effect is a powerful psychological tool that shapes how we see the world. It influences decisions large and small, often without us even realizing it. By understanding how it works, we can make more thoughtful choices and communicate more effectively. Whether you're deciding on a surgery, choosing a product, or persuading someone to see things your way, the frame you use matters. The facts don't change, but how you present them makes all the difference. People are naturally drawn to information that feels tailored specifically for them. When something resonates on a personal level, it tends to stick in our minds. This is why techniques like the Forer effect, also known as the Barnum effect, work so well. At its core, this effect is about using vague yet universally relatable statements to give the illusion of personalized insight. It's a method often seen in horoscopes, personality tests, and even fortune-telling, and it's surprisingly effective. The Forer effect works because people unconsciously look for meaning in things. When you hear something that sounds specific, your brain automatically tries to connect it to your life. Imagine reading a horoscope that says, "You've been feeling uncertain lately, but soon you'll find clarity in an unexpected place." At first glance, it feels personal, as if the writer somehow knows what's going on in your life. But in reality, it's broad enough to apply to almost anyone. Most people have experienced moments of uncertainty, and the promise of clarity feels comforting and optimistic. Without realizing it, you've made the statement fit your current situation. This effect is even more powerful when combined with a bit of psychological priming. Think about the context in which you encounter these statements. If you're already in a state of curiosity or searching for answers, you're more likely to be receptive. For instance, if someone offers a personality reading and you're actively seeking insight into your behaviors or emotions, you're more inclined to accept general statements as accurate reflections of yourself. Another factor that enhances the Forer effect is the way the statements are phrased. They often include qualifiers that make them feel specific yet flexible. Phrases like "at times" or "occasionally" create a sense of balance. For example, at times, you find it hard to express your true feelings, but deep down, you value honesty and connection. The first part suggests a struggle, while the second part complements a positive trait. This mix of vulnerability and affirmation makes it easier for the reader to relate, as it captures a common human experience, moments of self-doubt paired with a desire to be understood. Let's consider a practical example. Imagine you're taking an online quiz to find out what kind of leader you are. After answering a series of vague questions, you get a result that says something like, "You're a natural leader who values teamwork and innovation. While you sometimes feel overwhelmed by responsibility, your ability to inspire others sets you apart." On the surface, it feels tailored to you. It's flattering, highlighting strengths like leadership and inspiration, but it also acknowledges a potential challenge, making it feel balanced and realistic. However, if you gave the same result to 10 other people, most of them would also find ways to relate it to their own lives. This technique doesn't only show up in horoscopes or personality tests. It's used in many areas where people seek validation or insight. Career assessments, dating apps, and even self-help books often rely on general statements that can be easily personalized. They're designed to make you feel seen, understood, and special, even though the same insights could apply to a wide audience. The effectiveness of the Forer effect also ties into something called confirmation bias. Once you believe a statement applies to you, your brain starts searching for evidence to support that belief. If you've ever read a horoscope that predicts unexpected opportunities and later noticed a small chance encounter or offer, that's confirmation bias at work. You're actively looking for ways to prove the prediction was accurate, even if the events were coincidental or unrelated. This can also explain why people often describe these experiences as spot on or eerily accurate. They're focusing on the parts that align with their lives while ignoring or dismissing anything that doesn't fit. If a horoscope mentions that you're both outgoing and introspective, you might nod along, thinking about the times you've been sociable, as well as the moments you've preferred solitude. The statement covers both ends of the spectrum, so it's bound to resonate in some way. Interestingly, the Forer effect doesn't require the person delivering the statement to be an expert or even to know anything about the individual. In a famous experiment conducted by psychologist Bertram Forer in 1948, students were given a personality analysis based on a questionnaire they had filled out. Unbeknownst to them, everyone received the exact same analysis, filled with general statements like, "You have a great need for other people to like and admire you," and "You have a tendency to be critical of yourself." Despite the lack of personalization, most participants rated the analysis as highly accurate. This experiment highlights just how powerful vague universal statements can be. The Forer effect also thrives in situations where people are looking for answers or reassurance. When you're feeling uncertain about a decision or going through a challenging time, you're more likely to embrace statements that offer clarity or hope. This is why horoscopes often include a mix of positive affirmations and mild warnings. For example, this week, focus on balancing your personal and professional life. Remember, taking small steps can lead to big rewards. It's general enough to apply to anyone, but still feels constructive and uplifting. Understanding the Forer effect can help you recognize when it's being used, but it also raises interesting questions about why we're so drawn to these statements in the first place. Part of the reason is that they tap into universal human desires. We all want to feel understood, validated, and seen. These statements provide a sense of connection and meaning, even if it's based on broad generalizations. For some, the Forer effect can be a source of comfort. There's nothing inherently harmful about reading a horoscope or taking a personality quiz for fun. In fact, these experiences can sometimes spark genuine self-reflection. If a vague statement encourages you to think more deeply about your values, goals, or behaviors, it served a useful purpose, even if it wasn't specifically tailored to you. However, it's important to remain mindful of the context. In certain situations, the Forer effect can be used manipulatively. For example, if someone claims to have unique insights into your future or charges money for personalized readings, it's worth questioning the validity of their claims. Recognizing the techniques at play can help you approach these situations with a healthy dose of skepticism. The next time you encounter a statement that feels surprisingly accurate, take a moment to analyze why. Is it genuinely specific, or could it apply to many people? Are you focusing on the parts that resonate while overlooking the rest? By understanding the Forer effect, you can enjoy these experiences for what they are while staying grounded in reality. You might even start to notice how often these techniques show up in everyday life, from marketing campaigns to casual conversations. In the end, the Forer effect is a reminder of how much we seek meaning in the world around us. It's a testament to our natural curiosity and desire for connection. Whether it's a horoscope predicting good fortune or a personality test highlighting your strengths, these experiences tap into something deeply human. By recognizing the patterns and staying mindful, you can appreciate the insights they offer without losing sight of their broader context. You've likely experienced the strange sensation where something you've just noticed suddenly appears everywhere. Maybe you hear a new word for the first time, and over the next few days, it pops up in conversations, in books, or even on signs. Or you learn about a new car model and start spotting it on every street. This phenomenon is called the Baader-Meinhof Phenomenon, or frequency illusion. It's not a trick of fate, nor is it a cosmic signal. Instead, it's how our brains work when it comes to patterns and attention. The Baader-Meinhof phenomenon occurs because of two things: selective attention and confirmation bias. Selective attention means your brain is always filtering out irrelevant information. Most of what you see, hear, or experience is ignored because it doesn't seem important. But when something catches your attention, your brain starts to flag similar things as worth noticing. Confirmation bias plays its part by reinforcing the idea that these repeated sightings or mentions are significant. When you keep noticing the same thing, you start to believe it's appearing more often than it actually is. It's a trick your mind plays on itself, but it has practical implications that go beyond just spotting a car or hearing a new word. Imagine you're learning a new skill, like playing the guitar. When you're first introduced to a chord, it might feel awkward and unfamiliar, but as you practice and pay more attention to it, you start to see patterns in songs. Suddenly, the chord appears in every tutorial, every performance, every favorite track you've listened to 100 times before. The chord hasn't suddenly become more common. Instead, your brain has started to prioritize it. This selective focus makes it feel like the chord is everywhere, and that feeling of repetition reinforces your learning. Repetition is powerful for learning and memorability. Our brains love patterns and familiarity. When something repeats, it's easier to store it in long-term memory. This is why you can remember song lyrics or advertising jingles so easily. They repeat until they're locked in your mind. The Baader-Meinhof phenomenon can act as an ally here. When you notice something and then see it again and again, it cements itself more firmly in your brain. You might not consciously decide to memorize it, but the repeated exposure does the work for you. Consider a practical example. If you're trying to learn a new language, one of the most effective strategies is to immerse yourself in it. When you learn a new word, you'll start seeing and hearing it everywhere in the context of that language. Maybe you see it in a book, hear it in a conversation, or recognize it on a sign. Each encounter reinforces your understanding and helps solidify it in your memory. The repetition isn't just passive, it's active. It works because your brain is tuned to notice the word now, even if it ignored it before. This effect isn't limited to learning. It can shape your perception of the world in profound ways. Imagine you're researching a health condition. You've never thought about it before, but after reading about it, you start seeing it mentioned in news articles, social media posts, and conversations. It's not that the condition has become more common overnight. Instead, your brain is now attuned to notice it. This can lead to a feeling of confirmation. You might believe it's a bigger issue than it really is because it keeps appearing in your awareness. The same thing happens when you're planning a major purchase, like a car or a phone. You start seeing ads, reviews, and discussions about the model you're considering. This creates a sense of familiarity and importance, which can influence your decision-making. Marketers and educators use repetition to make ideas stick. Advertisers know that seeing the same message multiple times increases the likelihood of remembering it. That's why you'll often see the same commercial during a show or hear the same slogan repeated in a campaign. The goal is to tap into the way our brains process repetition and patterns. Similarly, teachers repeat key concepts during lessons because they know repetition helps students remember. They might introduce an idea, revisit it in a different context, and include it in assignments or exams. Each instance reinforces the information, making it easier to recall later. Repetition also builds confidence. When you're exposed to something repeatedly, it feels more familiar. This familiarity reduces uncertainty and increases your comfort with it. For example, if you're learning to drive, the first few times behind the wheel can be overwhelming. But with practice, the repeated actions of steering, signaling, and braking become second nature. Your brain no longer needs to work as hard to process them. This is true for any skill. Repetition turns the unfamiliar into the familiar, and familiarity breeds confidence. To use the Baader-Meinhof Phenomenon for your benefit, you can create opportunities for repetition. Start by focusing on something you want to learn or remember. If you're studying for an exam, highlight key terms and concepts. Look for them in your notes, textbooks, and practice problems. The more you see them, the more they'll stick. If you're trying to form a habit, like exercising regularly, set up cues that remind you of your goal. Maybe you leave your workout clothes where you can see them, or set a daily reminder on your phone. Each reminder reinforces the habit, making it easier to stick with over time. You can also take advantage of this phenomenon to improve communication. When you want someone to remember an idea, repeat it in different ways. This is why good public speakers often restate their main points several times during a talk. They might phrase it differently each time or provide examples to reinforce the idea. By the end, the audience has heard the key message enough to remember it. The same principle applies to writing. If you're explaining something, don't just mention it once and move on. Revisit the idea throughout your text to ensure it sticks with the reader. It's worth noting that while repetition can be helpful, it's most effective when it feels natural. Forced or excessive repetition can become irritating or lose its impact. That's why variety is important. If you're trying to learn something, don't just read the same sentence over and over. Instead, find different ways to engage with the material. Watch videos, do practice exercises, and discuss the topic with others. Each variation keeps your brain engaged while reinforcing the core idea. The Baader-Meinhof phenomenon isn't magic, but it can feel magical at times. It's a reminder of how powerful attention and repetition are in shaping our perceptions and memories. By understanding this effect, you can use it to your advantage. Whether you're trying to learn something new, form a habit, or communicate an idea, repetition can make all the difference. Notice something once, and your brain will do the rest, spotting patterns, reinforcing connections, and helping you remember what matters. The Zeigarnik Effect is a psychological phenomenon where incomplete tasks stick in your memory longer than finished ones. It's named after Bluma Zeigarnik, a Russian psychologist who first studied it in the 1920s. Her research showed that people are more likely to remember tasks they've started but not completed. This effect plays a significant role in how we think, act, and even how we connect with others. Imagine you're working on a puzzle. You've placed some of the pieces, but the picture is far from complete. Later that day, even as you focus on other things, thoughts about the puzzle keep popping up. It feels like your brain is tugging at you to go back and finish what you started. This is the Zeigarnik Effect in action. When something remains undone, your mind keeps circling back to it, as if it's an open tab that won't close until you've hit submit or save. Why does this happen? It's because incomplete tasks create a sense of cognitive tension. Your brain doesn't like loose ends. It's wired to seek resolution. When a task is finished, your brain files it away and moves on. But when something is left open, it lingers. This tension serves as a mental reminder, pushing you to return to the task until it's done. It's like an itch that needs scratching. While this can be annoying, it's also useful. It's why you remember to reply to an email you haven't sent, but easily forget the ones you've already responded to. The Zeigarnik Effect has practical applications. One area where it's often discussed is productivity. Many people struggle to start tasks. Procrastination feels easier than diving into work. But here's the trick. Starting something, even if it's just a small piece, creates a mental hook. that hook keeps pulling you back. For instance, if you've been putting off writing a report, jotting down the title, or drafting the first line can be enough to keep the task active in your mind. You'll feel more inclined to return to it, not because you're suddenly more disciplined, but because your brain wants to tie up the loose end. This principle also applies to conversations. Think about a time when someone left a discussion without wrapping it up. Maybe they said, "Let's talk more about this later," or "I'll get back to you on that." Even if you're not consciously dwelling on it, their words stick with you. There's no sense of closure. This can be a powerful way to stay memorable in social and professional contexts. If you end a conversation with an open-ended remark or a question, the other person is likely to think about you later. It's not manipulation. It's simply leveraging how memory works. For example, imagine you're at a networking event. You're talking to someone about a shared interest in hiking. Instead of ending the conversation with, "It was great to meet you," you say, "You'll have to tell me about your favorite hiking spot sometime." That open-ended comment plants a seed. Days or weeks later, they might think of you when they're out on a trail or planning their next hike. You've created a small, unfinished thread in their mind that keeps you in their thoughts. Marketers also use the Zeigarnik Effect to their advantage. Think of a TV series that ends each episode with a cliffhanger. You're left wondering what happens next, so you tune in for the next episode. Or consider a website that lets you start filling out a form but doesn't require you to finish it immediately. The unfinished task stays in your head, nudging you to go back and complete it. The same principle applies to ads that tease upcoming products or features. By withholding full information, they keep you curious and engaged. Writers and storytellers rely on this effect too. They often use open loops to hold your attention. An open loop is an unresolved question or a hint of something to come. For instance, a novel might start with a mysterious event. The phone rang at midnight, but no one was there when I answered. You're instantly intrigued. Who called? Why did they hang up? You keep reading to find out. The story lingers in your mind until you reach the resolution. But the Zeigarnik Effect isn't just about productivity or marketing. It also affects relationships. Think about the power of leaving something unsaid. If you tell a friend, "I have something to share with you, but I'll tell you later," they're likely to think about it until you follow up. Similarly, unresolved conflicts or unspoken feelings can weigh heavily on people's minds. They're unfinished emotional business. That's why closure is so important in relationships. Without it, people struggle to move on. Even a brief conversation to tie up loose ends can make a big difference. The effect can also work against you. Incomplete tasks and unresolved issues can create stress and anxiety. If your to-do list is too long, your mind might feel cluttered. You're juggling too many open tabs, and it's exhausting. That's why strategies like writing things down or breaking tasks into smaller steps are so effective. They help you manage the mental load. You're less likely to feel overwhelmed when you have a clear plan to follow. The Zeigarnik Effect has even been studied in education. Teachers can use it to keep students engaged. For instance, a teacher might start a lesson by posing a question they don't answer right away. Why do you think the sky is blue? The student's curiosity is piqued. They want to know the answer, so they pay attention. By leaving the question unresolved for a while, the teacher creates a mental hook. The students are more likely to remember the lesson because their brains were actively seeking resolution. On a personal level, you can use the Zeigarnik Effect to your advantage in everyday life. If there's something you want to remember, create an open loop. For example, if you're learning a new skill, stop practicing in the middle of an exercise rather than at the end. When you return, you'll pick up where you left off more easily. Your brain will be primed to finish what it started. This technique can be particularly helpful for building habits. Starting small and leaving something unfinished can keep you motivated to come back. It's also worth noting that not everyone experiences the Zeigarnik Effect in the same way. Some people are more sensitive to open loops than others. If you're someone who feels bothered by unfinished tasks, you might be more likely to experience the effect strongly. On the other hand, if you're good at compartmentalizing, you might not feel the same pull to revisit incomplete work. Understanding how this works for you can help you find strategies that suit your personality. In summary, the Zeigarnik Effect is a fascinating quirk of the human mind. It explains why unfinished tasks linger in our memory and how they can motivate us to take action. From productivity to relationships, marketing to education, this principle has wide-ranging applications. By understanding how it works, you can use it to your advantage. Whether you're trying to stay memorable, build better habits, or simply manage your mental load, the key is to leave just enough undone to keep your brain engaged. In a world full of distractions, this can be a surprisingly effective way to stay focused and connected. Priming happens when subtle cues influence behavior, thoughts, or feelings, even if people don't realize it. These cues can be words, images, or even experiences that steer someone's reactions in a particular direction. The process is automatic and doesn't require conscious awareness. What makes priming interesting is how it works beneath the surface, shaping how people act, often without them understanding why. Imagine someone is asked to unscramble sentences where many words relate to aging, like old, retired, or bingo. Later, when this person leaves the room, they might walk more slowly than usual. They're not consciously thinking, "I feel older," but the idea of aging has been subtly planted in their mind. This effect, which researchers often explore in controlled studies, shows how priming can influence even physical actions in ways people might never guess. Another example comes from experiments involving kindness. If someone reads words like helpful, generous, or caring as part of a word association task, they're more likely to hold the door open for a stranger afterward. The words activated thoughts about being considerate, which then shaped their actions. It's not that they decided to behave better after seeing the words. Instead, the exposure shifted their mindset in a way that nudged them to act more kindly. Priming also works in visual contexts. Think about an advertisement that uses certain colors, images, or layouts. Even if you're not consciously paying attention, the design can influence how you feel about the product. For instance, a bank might use calm shades of blue in their branding because blue is often associated with trust and security. Seeing this color repeatedly can prime someone to feel reassured when they think about the bank. These effects often occur below the level of awareness, but they shape attitudes and decisions. Memory plays a key role in priming. The brain stores vast amounts of information, and much of it stays tucked away until something activates it. When a cue, like a word or an image, aligns with information stored in memory, it can bring those related thoughts to the surface. This activation happens quickly, almost instantaneously, and influences what comes to mind next. For example, if someone hears the word doctor, they're more likely to think of related terms like nurse or hospital than something completely unrelated. This isn't because they're consciously trying to make connections. Their brain is naturally filling in the gaps based on associations it's made over time. Priming can even affect decision-making. If people are exposed to images of money, they're more likely to act self-reliantly and less likely to ask for help. In one study, participants who saw screensavers with dollar bills scattered across them chose to complete tasks on their own, even when assistance was readily available. The presence of money-related imagery primed thoughts of independence and self-sufficiency, which carried over to their behavior. The participants weren't aware that the images had influenced their choices. They likely thought they were acting on their own preferences. Social behavior is another area where priming has a strong influence. In one experiment, people who were exposed to words related to rudeness, like interrupt and bold, were more likely to interrupt a conversation shortly afterward. In contrast, those who saw words associated with politeness, like patient and respect, waited longer before speaking up. The subtle priming of behavior aligned with the themes of the words they encountered. This shows how even fleeting exposure to certain ideas can shape interpersonal interactions. Priming doesn't only apply to words or images. Physical sensations can prime responses too. Holding a warm cup of coffee, for instance, can make someone perceive another person as warmer or friendlier. The sensation of warmth in their hands translates into a mental impression of warmth in personality. Conversely, holding something cold can lead to colder judgments about someone's character. This connection between physical experiences and abstract thoughts highlights how deeply priming can affect perception. The effects of priming can also extend to motivation and performance. In one study, students who were exposed to words associated with achievement, such as win and success, performed better on a subsequent task than those who weren't. The primed ideas of accomplishment boosted their effort and focus, even though they weren't explicitly told to try harder. This kind of influence can be powerful in educational or workplace settings, where subtle cues might enhance productivity without the need for direct instruction. Priming can even influence moral judgments. If people are reminded of concepts like justice or fairness before making a decision, they're more likely to choose options that align with those values. For instance, when asked to split money in a game, participants primed with fairness-related words tended to divide the money more equitably than those who weren't. These subtle reminders activate ethical considerations that might otherwise not have been top of mind. It's important to note that priming isn't always about changing behavior in obvious ways. Sometimes it shifts the lens through which people see the world. If someone hears negative news stories before meeting a stranger, they might unconsciously view the stranger with more suspicion. The priming effect creates a mental framework that influences how new information is interpreted. This can happen in countless scenarios, from first impressions to more significant decisions. Priming can also affect creativity. In one experiment, participants exposed to unusual or novel images were more likely to come up with creative solutions to problems. The exposure activated a mindset that encouraged out-of-the-box thinking. This suggests that priming isn't just about steering people toward predictable outcomes. It can also open doors to new possibilities by encouraging certain mental states. The implications of priming are vast and can be seen in everyday life. Consider how a restaurant's menu might use certain words to prime diners' expectations. Descriptions like farm-fresh eggs or artisan bread create a perception of quality, which can make the food seem more appealing before it's even tasted. Similarly, music in a store can prime shoppers to spend more time browsing. Classical music might make people feel sophisticated, leading them to purchase higher-end items, while upbeat pop music might encourage quicker decision-making. Marketing and advertising often rely on priming to shape consumer behavior. A campaign might emphasize certain themes to evoke desired feelings. For instance, a car commercial showing open roads and scenic landscapes primes viewers to associate the vehicle with freedom and adventure. Even if they're not consciously thinking about those aspects, the imagery plants the seeds for those associations. Over time, repeated exposure reinforces the connection, making it feel natural. Although priming is a fascinating and powerful phenomenon, it's not foolproof. Its effects can vary depending on the context and the individual. Some people might be more resistant to priming due to their personality or mindset. For instance, someone who's highly skeptical or analytical might not be as easily influenced by subtle cues. Similarly, the strength of the priming effect can depend on how closely the cue aligns with someone's existing beliefs or experiences. If the primed idea feels too out of place, it might not take hold as effectively. Understanding priming can be useful in many areas, from education to business to personal relationships. By recognizing how subtle cues influence behavior, people can become more mindful of the messages they're sending and receiving. It's not about manipulating others, but rather about understanding the hidden dynamics that shape human interactions. For instance, a teacher might use positive reinforcement to prime students for success, while a manager could create an environment that subtly encourages collaboration. In some cases, being aware of priming can even help people counteract its effects. If someone recognizes that they're being influenced by a particular cue, they can take a step back and reevaluate their choices. This might involve questioning why they feel drawn to a certain option or considering alternative perspectives. While it's impossible to avoid all forms of priming, awareness can create space for more deliberate decision-making. Priming shows how much of human behavior operates on autopilot. People like to think they're fully in control of their actions, but subtle influences often guide them in unexpected ways. These hidden nudges can be helpful or problematic, depending on the context. By studying and understanding priming, people can gain deeper insights into the complex interplay between their environment, their thoughts, and their actions. In a world filled with countless cues and triggers, this knowledge is a powerful tool for navigating the subtle forces that shape everyday life. The method of loci is a simple yet powerful technique for improving memory. It works by linking the information you want to remember with physical locations you can visualize in your mind. This strategy has been used for centuries and is one of the oldest memory tools we know of. Memory champions often rely on it to recall long lists of items, detailed sequences, or even entire speeches without hesitation. By using your imagination and tapping into your spatial memory, you can make recall faster and more reliable. To understand how the method of loci works, imagine you are standing in your own home. Picture it clearly. Think about the front door, the hallway, the living room, the kitchen, and every other space you know well. These are the locations you will use to store pieces of information. Let's say you want to memorize a shopping list: apples, milk, bread, eggs, and coffee. Instead of repeating the words over and over, place each item in a specific spot in your home. Imagine apples piled on the welcome mat by the door, a jug of milk spilling on the couch, a loaf of bread sitting on the kitchen counter, eggs balanced precariously on the staircase, and a steaming cup of coffee on your bedside table. When you want to recall your list, mentally walk through your home. Each item comes back to you as you visit the spot where you've placed it. This technique works because our brains are good at remembering locations. Long before written language or modern tools, humans relied on spatial memory to navigate and survive. Our ancestors needed to recall where they found food, water, or shelter, so the ability to remember places became deeply ingrained. The method of loci takes advantage of this natural skill, making it easier to remember information that might otherwise slip away. What makes this method so effective is how it engages multiple parts of the brain. When you visualize locations, your spatial memory kicks in. When you place specific items or ideas in those locations, you're adding a layer of association that strengthens the connection. The more vivid and unusual the image, the better it will stick. For example, picturing a giant loaf of bread with wings flapping on your kitchen counter is more memorable than simply imagining an ordinary loaf. By combining familiar places with imaginative details, you create a network of cues that make recall feel almost automatic. Consider how this could work in other scenarios. If you need to give a presentation without notes, you can use the method of loci to organize your key points. Picture yourself walking through a familiar space, such as your office or a park you visit often. Assign each section of your speech to a different spot. Your introduction might be tied to the entrance, while your main points could be placed at specific landmarks along the path. When it's time to speak, all you have to do is take that mental walk and retrieve each point from its designated location. This approach not only helps you remember, but also keeps your presentation structured and clear. Let's say you're studying for an exam and need to memorize historical dates, scientific terms, or a series of steps in a process. Start by choosing a location you know well, such as your school, a favorite coffee shop, or even a route you walk regularly. Break the information into chunks and assign each chunk to a specific spot. If you're learning about the planets in order, you might picture Mercury sitting on a chair near the entrance, Venus glowing on a table by the window, Earth spinning on the counter, and so on. The key is to create a mental image that ties each piece of information to its location in a way that feels natural to you. The method of loci isn't limited to physical objects or simple lists. It can also help with abstract concepts. Suppose you're trying to grasp the principles of a philosophical theory or the steps in a complex mathematical proof. Break the idea into parts and assign each part to a location. Use imagery to make the concept more concrete. If one part of the theory involves balance, you might imagine a scale sitting on your desk. If another part involves conflict, picture a clash happening in your backyard. The more detailed and specific your mental images, the easier it will be to recall them later. While the method of loci is a powerful tool, it does require practice. The first time you try it, you might find it hard to create vivid images or remember where you placed each item. That's normal. Start small with a short list or a few key points. As you get more comfortable, you can expand to more complex sets of information. The more you use this method, the better you'll get at it. With time, it can become second nature, allowing you to remember more with less effort. One of the benefits of the method of loci is its flexibility. You can adapt it to suit your needs and preferences. Some people like to use real places they've been to, while others prefer to imagine entirely fictional locations. You might choose a castle, a spaceship, or a fantasy world as your memory palace. The important thing is that the location feels vivid and easy to navigate in your mind. The stronger your connection to the space, the more effective it will be as a memory tool. It's worth noting that the method of loci is not just for individual use. It can also be a fun and engaging way to teach or collaborate. For example, teachers can use it to help students remember key facts by guiding them through a shared mental journey. Groups can use it to organize ideas during brainstorming sessions, assigning each idea to a different spot in a collective memory palace. By turning abstract information into a shared visual experience, the method of loci can make learning and collaboration more dynamic. Despite its ancient origins, the method of loci remains relevant in today's fast-paced world. With so much information competing for our attention, finding ways to improve memory is more important than ever. This technique offers a simple, low-tech solution that works across a wide range of contexts. Whether you're a student, a professional, or just someone looking to sharpen your memory, the method of loci can help you stay organized and retain what matters most. Imagine using this method to plan your day. You might mentally walk through your house in the morning, assigning each task to a specific room. Cleaning the kitchen might be linked to the sink, making a phone call to the couch, and sending an important email to your desk. As you go about your day, visiting each location in real life can serve as a physical reminder of the task you associated with it. This approach turns your environment into a built-in to-do list, making it easier to stay on track. The key to success with the method of loci is consistency. The more you practice, the better you'll become at creating and recalling your mental images. Over time, you might find yourself using this technique without even thinking about it. What starts as a deliberate exercise can eventually become a natural part of how you organize and remember information. To get started, pick a simple task or list you need to remember. Choose a location you know well and take a few minutes to create vivid mental images for each item. As you walk through the location in your mind, pay attention to the details. What do you see, hear, or feel? The more senses you involve, the stronger the memory will be. Try it for yourself and see how much easier it becomes to recall the information later. With a little creativity and practice, the method of loci can transform the way you think about memory. Misdirection is a subtle art that plays on human perception. At its core, it involves diverting attention from one thing to another. This technique is used in everything from magic tricks to negotiations and even everyday conversations. People tend to focus on what seems important in the moment, leaving them blind to other actions or information. Understanding how misdirection works helps you not only recognize it when others use it, but also employ it effectively in situations where guiding attention is useful. Imagine you're at a party and someone asks you a question. The moment you start answering, they look at their watch. Even if their glance is brief, your attention shifts. You might notice their action and feel they aren't paying full attention to you. This small distraction can change how you perceive the conversation, even if you don't consciously realize it. That is an example of unintended misdirection, but it illustrates how easily our focus can be pulled away. Magicians have mastered misdirection to create illusions. When a magician waves their hand dramatically, the audience looks at the motion. While everyone watches that hand, the other hand performs the trick. This technique works because our brains naturally follow movement or anything unexpected. The magician's skill lies in controlling the audience's focus, making the hidden action nearly impossible to notice. For example, when a magician makes a coin disappear, they might ask a question like, "Did you see that?" while moving their hand. The question forces you to think about whether you saw something, and while you're distracted by that thought, the coin vanishes. In daily life, misdirection isn't limited to performance. It shows up in negotiations, interviews, and even casual conversations. Let's say you're negotiating a salary. The employer might say, "Let's focus on the benefits package." While you're considering the details of insurance or vacation days, the salary discussion is sidelined. This doesn't mean the benefits aren't important, but the shift in focus ensures the salary itself gets less scrutiny at that moment. Skilled negotiators know how to redirect attention to steer the conversation in their favor without making it obvious. Parents use misdirection all the time with children. If a toddler is crying over a broken toy, you might say, "Look, a bird outside the window." The sudden change in focus helps the child move past the immediate distress. This form of misdirection is so common we don't even think of it as a strategy. It's intuitive. You're not tricking the child in a harmful way. You're redirecting their attention to something less upsetting. The same principle applies when calming a friend during an argument by asking about their weekend plans. Shifting focus changes the emotional tone and can de-escalate tension. Advertising often relies on misdirection. A car commercial might highlight sleek design or advanced features, but gloss over less appealing details like price or fuel efficiency. By emphasizing what's flashy and desirable, advertisers guide your attention away from practical considerations. The same tactic is used in political campaigns. A candidate might focus heavily on their community service record while avoiding controversial topics. The goal is to steer the audience's perception by focusing on favorable acts and downplaying others. Understanding misdirection helps in recognizing when someone is trying to use it against you. Consider a classic example in an argument. A person might say, "Why are you bringing that up when the real issue is how late you were last week?" This shifts the focus away from the original topic and onto a different one. If you're not careful, you'll end up defending yourself about being late instead of addressing the initial point. Recognizing this shift allows you to redirect the conversation back to where it started, keeping the discussion on track. The way questions are framed can also serve as misdirection. In customer service, for instance, a representative might ask, "Would you prefer the standard plan or the premium plan?" This phrasing assumes you're choosing between these two options, subtly steering you away from considering whether you need the service at all. The focus is on comparison, not on the bigger question. Similarly, in interviews, a candidate might use misdirection to handle tough questions. If asked about a weakness, they might say, "That's a great question. One thing I've worked on improving is time management, and I've developed tools to keep me on track." The response shifts focus from the weakness to the proactive steps they've taken, leaving a positive impression. Even the timing of an action can be used as misdirection. Imagine you're in a meeting and a colleague spills coffee just as someone is about to raise a critical question. The disruption distracts everyone, and the moment passes without the question being asked. Though this might not always be deliberate, it shows how timing influences focus. Politicians often release controversial news late on a Friday because people are less likely to pay attention over the weekend. By the time Monday arrives, the news has lost momentum and fewer people are talking about it. Misdirection isn't inherently bad. It's a tool, and like any tool, it can be used constructively or destructively. In therapy, a counselor might use it to help a client reframe a problem. If someone is fixated on a mistake, the therapist could ask, "What did you learn from that experience?" This shifts the focus from regret to growth. In education, teachers use misdirection to maintain attention. If a class seems disengaged, a teacher might suddenly ask a surprising question to re-engage their focus. These examples show how misdirection can be a force for good, helping people break out of unproductive thought patterns. On the other hand, misdirection can be manipulative. Scammers use it to exploit trust. A common scam involves creating urgency to distract you from thinking critically. For instance, you might get a call claiming your bank account is compromised. The scammer pressures you to act quickly, saying, "We need your account details right now to fix this." The urgency makes you overlook red flags. Recognizing these tactics can help you stay grounded and avoid falling victim. To master misdirection, observe how attention flows in conversations and interactions. Practice shifting focus subtly. For example, if you're giving a presentation and notice the audience losing interest, ask a direct question like, "What do you think about this approach?" Questions are powerful tools for redirecting attention because they engage the listener's mind. Pair this with body language. Leaning forward or gesturing naturally draws attention. The key is to guide focus without making it obvious that's what you're doing. Listening carefully also reveals opportunities for misdirection. If someone is stuck on a problem, ask a question that reframes their perspective. For instance, if a coworker is overwhelmed by a project, you might ask, "What's the first step you can take right now?" This narrows their focus to something manageable, easing their stress. The goal isn't to dismiss their concern, but to help them move forward by shifting their attention. In social situations, misdirection can smooth over awkward moments. If someone spills a drink at a dinner party, you might say, "Oh, that reminds me of the funniest thing that happened to me last week." By steering the conversation away from the mishap, you help everyone move past it without embarrassment. These small acts of misdirection make interactions more comfortable. Ultimately, misdirection is about understanding how people think and where their attention naturally goes. It's not about deception, but about guiding focus to achieve a desired outcome. By observing how misdirection works in various contexts, you can develop a deeper awareness of human behavior. Whether you're trying to explain a complex idea, calm a tense situation, or simply make a moment more enjoyable, misdirection is a valuable skill to have in your toolkit. The Chameleon Effect is a subtle yet powerful tool for building rapport and increasing likability in social situations. It involves unconsciously mimicking another person's gestures, posture, tone of voice, or word choices. This mirroring happens naturally in many interactions, often without either person realizing it. When done intentionally and with care, it can create a sense of connection and understanding. Let's explore how this works, why it's effective, and how you can use it in your daily interactions without coming across as insincere or forced. Imagine you're at a networking event. You're speaking with someone who crosses their arms and leans slightly to one side. If you subtly mirror this posture after a few seconds, the other person may unconsciously feel more at ease. They might not even realize you've done it. This mirroring sends a nonverbal signal that you're on the same wavelength. It's a quiet way of saying, "I understand you," without using words. The result is often a stronger sense of trust and comfort between both parties. Another example is in speech patterns. Let's say the person you're talking to tends to use short, direct sentences with few embellishments. If you respond in a similar style, you're more likely to hold their attention. Alternatively, if they speak in a more animated way, with lots of inflection and enthusiasm, matching that energy can make the conversation feel more engaging for them. The key is subtlety. Overdoing it or mimicking too soon can make it seem like you're mocking them, which has the opposite effect of what you're trying to achieve. This principle works because humans are social creatures who seek connection. People tend to like those who remind them of themselves. When you mimic someone's behavior in a natural way, you're creating a sense of familiarity. They may not consciously recognize why they feel comfortable around you, but that subtle mirroring taps into a deeper psychological mechanism. Consider a common scenario: ordering coffee at a busy cafe. The barista greets you with a cheerful, "Hi, how are you doing today?" Responding in a similar upbeat tone can set a positive tone for the interaction. Compare this to responding in a monotone voice. Even though you've answered the same question, the mismatched tone might make the encounter feel less warm. That's a simple example of how mirroring can influence even brief, everyday exchanges. The Chameleon Effect is also useful in professional settings, such as job interviews or team meetings. Let's take the interview example. If the interviewer leans forward slightly and gestures with their hands while speaking, you can do the same in a subtle way. This doesn't mean copying every move they make, but rather aligning your general energy and body language with theirs. If they speak slowly and pause often, matching their pace can make your responses feel more attuned to the rhythm of the conversation. When used skillfully, the Chameleon Effect isn't limited to body language and tone. It extends to word choice. Pay attention to the specific phrases or terminology someone uses. If they call something a challenge instead of a problem, reflecting that word choice shows that you're listening closely and adjusting to their perspective. This can be especially effective in resolving disagreements. By framing your language in a way that aligns with theirs, you're more likely to find common ground. There's a fine line between mimicking and mocking. Intent and execution make all the difference. Mimicking should feel organic and subtle, never exaggerated or obvious. If someone scratches their nose, that's not a cue to do the same immediately. Instead, focus on mirroring broader patterns over time, a relaxed posture, an open gesture, or a calm tone of voice. Small adjustments are more effective than trying to replicate every detail. It's also important to stay genuine. The purpose of the chameleon effect isn't to manipulate or deceive, but to foster a sense of connection. If someone catches on that you're deliberately copying them, they may feel uneasy or mistrustful. To avoid this, keep your focus on understanding their perspective, rather than trying to win them over. When you approach it with sincerity, the effect is often natural and unforced. Let's look at a scenario where subtle mirroring can be particularly impactful. Calming someone who's upset. Suppose a coworker comes to you frustrated about a missed deadline. They're speaking quickly, and their gestures are sharp. While you might be tempted to stay calm and composed to counterbalance their energy, mirroring their intensity initially can help them feel understood. Responding with a tone and pace that matches theirs shows you're tuned in. Then, as the conversation progresses, you can gradually shift to a calmer demeanor. This subtle change encourages them to follow suit, helping to de-escalate the situation. Another application is in building relationships over time. For instance, if you're trying to connect with a new colleague, pay attention to how they communicate. Do they tend to joke around or keep things strictly professional? Adapting your approach to match theirs can help establish a stronger bond. Over time, this creates a foundation of trust and mutual understanding. Cultural awareness is crucial when applying the chameleon effect. Social norms and expectations vary widely across cultures, so what works in one context might not in another. For example, maintaining direct eye contact is a sign of attentiveness in some cultures, while it can be seen as aggressive or disrespectful in others. When interacting with people from different backgrounds, take the time to observe and adapt to their unique cues. This not only enhances rapport, but also shows respect for their culture. While the chameleon effect is powerful, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Some people might interpret mirroring as insincere or unnecessary, especially if they're highly attuned to social dynamics. For these individuals, authenticity matters more than alignment. In such cases, focus on clear communication and genuine interest, rather than trying to mirror their behavior. In practice, using the chameleon effect effectively requires observation and adaptability. Pay attention to the other person's body language, tone, and word choice. Start with small adjustments and notice how they respond. If they seem more relaxed or engaged, it's a sign that your approach is working. If they pull back or appear uncomfortable, take a step back and adjust your approach. Consider a final example: negotiating with a client. If they're speaking in a calm, measured way, matching that tone shows professionalism and helps keep the discussion productive. On the other hand, if they're passionate and enthusiastic, bringing a similar energy to your responses can make the conversation feel more dynamic and collaborative. In both cases, the goal is to align with their energy in a way that fosters trust and mutual respect. The chameleon effect isn't about pretending to be someone you're not. It's about finding common ground and building connections. By paying attention to the subtle cues others give off and responding in kind, you create an environment where trust and understanding can thrive. This doesn't require grand gestures or elaborate strategies, just a willingness to observe, adapt, and approach interactions with genuine interest. Over time, these small adjustments can make a big difference in how others perceive and relate to you. The Benjamin Franklin effect is an intriguing psychological phenomenon that can help explain human behavior in unexpected ways. It suggests that when someone does a favor for you, they're likely to rationalize that they like you, even if they didn't before. This seems counterintuitive at first, Logic might suggest that doing a favor would make the person receiving the favor feel more positively toward the giver, but the opposite often holds true. This effect highlights the complexity of our thought processes and how cognitive dissonance shapes our relationships and actions. To understand this better, let's start with a little history. The effect is named after Benjamin Franklin, who famously used it to win over a political rival. Franklin needed a favor from this rival and cleverly decided to ask him to lend a rare book from his library. The rival agreed, and Franklin returned the book with a gracious thank you note. Later, the rival, who had previously been unfriendly, started treating Franklin with warmth and respect. Franklin later reflected on this and wrote about how asking for the favor had turned the tide of their relationship. He had essentially gotten the rival to invest in their connection, and in doing so, the rival justified his actions by convincing himself that he must like Franklin after all. At the core of the Benjamin Franklin effect is the concept of cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance occurs when our actions and beliefs don't align, creating an uncomfortable tension. To resolve this tension, we adjust either our behavior or our thoughts. In the case of doing a favor, the person performing the favor might think, "Why did I help them if I don't like them?" This internal conflict pushes the person to shift their beliefs to align with their actions, leading them to conclude that they must like the person they helped. Imagine you work in an office, and there's a colleague you don't particularly get along with. One day, they ask you to help them prepare for a big presentation. You're caught off guard, but agree to help because it's the polite thing to do. Afterward, you might find yourself viewing that colleague in a slightly better light. You've invested time and effort into assisting them, so your brain reasons that they must not be so bad if you were willing to help. It's a subtle shift, but it can change the dynamic of the relationship going forward. The Benjamin Franklin effect doesn't mean you can ask for favors indiscriminately and expect people to like you automatically. The context matters. If the favor feels unreasonable or manipulative, it could backfire. For instance, if a new acquaintance asks to borrow a significant sum of money, you might feel annoyed or even distrustful instead of growing to like them. The favor has to be small enough to seem reasonable, but meaningful enough to create a sense of investment. This effect is not limited to personal relationships. It has applications in professional settings, negotiations, and even conflict resolution. Picture a manager who needs to build rapport with their team. Instead of trying to win over employees with grand gestures or by bending over backward to accommodate everyone, the manager might ask for small contributions or bits of advice. For example, they could ask a team member for their input on an upcoming project. This request not only empowers the employee, but also makes them feel more connected to the manager. By asking for help, the manager fosters a sense of collaboration and trust. The Benjamin Franklin effect can also help mend strained relationships. Let's say you've had a falling out with a friend, and the two of you haven't spoken in weeks. One way to break the ice could be to ask for their help with something small but meaningful. Perhaps you ask them for a book recommendation or for their opinion on a decision you're facing. This request shows vulnerability and a willingness to reconnect. If they agree to help, it can create a pathway to repairing the relationship, as they might begin to rationalize that they value the friendship enough to contribute to it. Another way to think about this effect is by considering how it applies to parenting or teaching. When children or students are asked to contribute or assist in some way, they often feel more invested in the task or the relationship. A teacher who asks a student to help set up the classroom might find that the student becomes more engaged and cooperative over time. The act of helping reinforces a positive connection, even if the student didn't feel particularly close to the teacher before. Similarly, a parent who involves their child in decision-making, such as planning a family activity, can build a stronger bond through the child's participation. It's important to note that the Benjamin Franklin effect works best when the favor is framed as an opportunity for the other person to contribute, rather than an obligation. No one likes to feel coerced or guilted into doing something. A genuine and respectful request is far more likely to produce positive results. For example, if you need help moving a piece of furniture, phrasing it as, "Would you mind giving me a hand with this?" is much better than saying, "You're strong. You have to help me with this." The former invites goodwill, while the latter might breed resentment. This phenomenon also highlights an interesting truth about human nature. We like to see ourselves as consistent and rational. When our actions seem to contradict our feelings, we work hard to make sense of the discrepancy. By asking for a favor, you're giving someone a chance to engage in this self-reflection. The result can be a deeper sense of connection or goodwill, even if they can't fully explain why. Think of a scenario where you're new in a neighborhood and want to build a sense of community. Instead of trying to impress your neighbors by hosting a big party, you might start small. You could ask someone next door to recommend a good local handyman or borrow a tool. These simple requests create a natural opportunity for interaction and build a foundation for future rapport. Over time, as they invest in helping you, they may feel more inclined to view you as a friend. Despite its simplicity, the Benjamin Franklin effect is a powerful tool for understanding human relationships. It reminds us that connection often comes from shared effort and investment, not grand gestures or material exchanges. People don't just like those who do things for them. They like those for whom they've done something. This subtle distinction can make a big difference in how we approach building trust and rapport. It's also worth considering how this effect interacts with other psychological principles. Reciprocity, for instance, is the idea that people feel compelled to return favors. While the two concepts are different, they often work together. Asking for a favor might not only increase someone's liking for you, but also make them more likely to reciprocate in the future. This creates a positive feedback loop where both parties feel valued and connected. To put this into practice, think about the relationships in your life where you'd like to build more goodwill. Are there small, reasonable favors you could ask that might help strengthen those connections? Maybe it's as simple as asking a colleague to proofread a document, or a friend to share their thoughts on a project you're working on. By making these requests in a thoughtful and genuine way, you're not only getting the help you need, but also laying the groundwork for a stronger bond. In the end, the Benjamin Franklin effect isn't about manipulation or trickery. It's about recognizing the ways in which our actions and beliefs influence each other. By understanding this dynamic, we can approach our interactions with more intention and empathy. Whether you're trying to win over a rival, repair a relationship, or simply deepen your connections, asking for a favor can be a surprisingly effective place to start. The Pygmalion effect shows that when we hold high expectations for someone, they are more likely to meet or exceed those expectations. It works because people often live up to the standards we set for them, consciously or unconsciously. This phenomenon applies to many areas of life, from education to workplaces to personal relationships. Understanding and applying it can have profound results, but the key lies in being consistent, genuine, and clear in how we convey those expectations. Imagine a teacher who genuinely believes their student has exceptional potential. The teacher shows this belief through their actions. They call on the student more often, give them more time to answer, provide extra encouragement, and show patience when the student struggles. The student picks up on this positive feedback and begins to internalize the idea that they are capable. Over time, they might perform better, not because their inherent ability changed, but because someone's confidence in them inspired better effort and focus. That's the Pygmalion effect in action. The concept takes its name from the Greek myth of Pygmalion, a sculptor who created a statue so beautiful that he fell in love with it. The gods, moved by his devotion, brought the statue to life. While the myth speaks of literal transformation, the Pygmalion effect works on a psychological level. By believing in someone's potential, you influence their behavior, nudging them closer to success. This effect doesn't happen in a vacuum. For example, in the workplace, a manager might expect a certain employee to excel on a project. Their expectations could show in how they assign tasks, the feedback they provide, and the confidence they express in the employee's decisions. This supportive environment encourages the employee to rise to the challenge. The reverse is also true. If the manager expects the employee to fail, they might unintentionally create an environment where failure is more likely, such as providing less support or assuming incompetence. This negative cycle, called the Golem effect, is the opposite of the Pygmalion effect. Both are rooted in the power of expectations. To understand why the Pygmalion effect works, it's helpful to consider how people respond to signals about what's expected of them. Humans are social creatures. We're wired to notice cues from others and adjust our behavior accordingly. When someone shows faith in us, it reinforces our confidence. We feel motivated to work harder, take risks, and try again when we fail. Conversely, when others doubt us, we might hesitate, hold back, or avoid challenges. In this way, expectations become self-fulfilling prophecies. Let's say you're coaching a sports team. One player has shown some promise but struggles with consistency. If you highlight their potential and give them specific, constructive feedback, they're more likely to push themselves to improve. You're not just praising for the sake of it, but signaling that you see their effort and believe it will pay off. Over time, they might begin to meet the expectations you set for them. It's not magic, but it can feel transformative. It's important to note that the Pygmalion effect doesn't mean blindly inflating expectations. False praise or unearned confidence can backfire. People generally recognize when someone's belief in them isn't grounded in reality. Effective use of the Pygmalion effect requires aligning expectations with achievable goals. It's about stretching someone just enough to help them grow while providing the support they need to get there. Unrealistic expectations can lead to frustration, burnout, or distrust. For example, in a classroom, expecting a student to master an advanced concept without first building foundational skills might set them up for failure. But if the teacher breaks the concept into manageable parts and communicates that they believe the student can grasp each step, the student is more likely to succeed. The combination of high expectations and practical guidance is what makes the effect so powerful. This dynamic plays out in leadership roles as well. A leader who shows confidence in their team's abilities can create a ripple effect. When team members feel trusted, they're more likely to take ownership of their work and collaborate effectively. This doesn't mean micromanaging or insisting on a rigid vision of success. Instead, it's about setting a clear standard, providing resources, and stepping back to let people prove themselves. Trust is a critical ingredient here. Without it, high expectations can feel more like pressure than encouragement. Consider the case of a mentor guiding a new hire. If the mentor focuses only on pointing out mistakes, the new hire might feel discouraged or anxious. But if the mentor frames feedback in a way that highlights potential for improvement, the new hire is more likely to stay motivated. Saying something like, "You're picking up these concepts quickly. I'm confident you'll get the hang of this part soon," sends a very different message than, "You're still not getting this right." The former builds confidence and encourages persistence. The Pygmalion effect also has implications for personal relationships. When we show belief in a friend's ability to achieve a goal, we can become a source of encouragement that helps them stay focused. For instance, if a friend wants to start a business but feels uncertain, expressing confidence in their skills and reminding them of past successes can make a big difference. It's not about ignoring challenges or pretending success is guaranteed. It's about showing support and reminding them of their capabilities. While the effect is powerful, it's not automatic. How you communicate expectations matters. Nonverbal cues like tone of voice, facial expressions, and body language can convey as much as, if not more than, words. Consistency is also crucial. If your actions don't align with your words, the message may not stick. For example, saying you trust someone's judgment but frequently second-guessing their decisions sends mixed signals. To truly harness the Pygmalion effect, your confidence in others must feel authentic and unwavering. Another challenge is overcoming our own biases. We're all susceptible to preconceived notions about people based on past experiences, stereotypes, or limited information. These biases can cloud our judgment and lead us to underestimate someone's potential. Being aware of this tendency is the first step toward counteracting it. Making an effort to see people as individuals rather than through the lens of assumptions can open the door to more accurate and constructive expectations. The Pygmalion effect doesn't just benefit the person on the receiving end, it also fosters a culture of growth and positivity. When high expectations are the norm, they can become contagious. People begin to believe in themselves and each other, creating an upward spiral of performance and morale. This is particularly true in group settings like schools, teams, or organizations. When leaders set the tone by showing belief in everyone's potential, it can inspire a collective commitment to excellence. For instance, an organization that emphasizes professional development and celebrates achievements, big or small, is more likely to see employees strive for improvement. This doesn't mean overlooking areas for growth or ignoring challenges. Constructive feedback is still essential, but framing that feedback within a context of high expectations and belief in someone's ability to improve makes it more effective. In practice, using the Pygmalion effect requires thoughtfulness and patience. It's not about demanding instant results or setting impossibly high standards. It's about nurturing potential and creating an environment where people feel empowered to do their best. This takes time, but the results are worth it. People who feel supported and believed in are more likely to thrive, not just in terms of performance, but also in their overall well-being. Ultimately, the Pygmalion effect reminds us of the power we have to influence others. Our expectations can shape how people see themselves and what they achieve. By expressing genuine confidence in someone's potential, we help unlock possibilities that might otherwise remain hidden. Whether in the classroom, the workplace, or personal relationships, this principle holds true. It's a simple but profound way to make a positive impact. The placebo effect is a fascinating phenomenon where belief in a treatment, even when it's fake, leads to real results. To many, this might sound counterintuitive. How can something that isn't real have an impact on the body or mind? The answer lies in the intricate connection between belief, perception, and physical response. Imagine you have a headache. Someone gives you a pill and tells you it's a powerful new painkiller. You trust their expertise and take the pill, expecting relief. Within minutes, your headache fades. Later, you find out the pill was just sugar, with no medicinal properties at all. What's remarkable is that your belief in the treatment, not the treatment itself, brought you relief. This effect is not limited to headaches. It's been observed in a wide range of conditions, including depression, anxiety, irritable bowel syndrome, and even Parkinson's disease. Placebos, often given as pills, injections, or even sham surgeries, don't directly treat the underlying issue. Instead, they seem to work by triggering the body's own ability to heal or by altering the perception of symptoms. The brain, in a sense, becomes the medicine. One key factor in the placebo effect is confidence. When people believe a treatment will work, their bodies often respond as if it's real. This belief isn't just wishful thinking. It's grounded in the brain's power to influence physical processes. For instance, when someone takes a placebo they believe is a painkiller, their brain might release endorphins, the body's natural pain relievers. The placebo doesn't contain any active chemicals, but the belief it will help sets off a cascade of biological effects. Context plays an equally important role. The setting in which a placebo is given can significantly impact its effectiveness. If a treatment is delivered by a confident doctor in a professional setting, it's more likely to work. The rituals surrounding medicine, like taking a pill or receiving an injection, reinforce the belief that something beneficial is happening. On the other hand, if the same sugar pill is handed over casually with little explanation, the placebo effect may not occur. The more convincing the context, the stronger the effect. One striking example of this can be seen in studies involving sham surgeries. In these cases, patients are prepped and sedated as if undergoing a real operation, but no actual surgical procedure is performed. Incredibly, some patients report significant improvements in their symptoms afterward. For instance, in trials for knee pain, patients who underwent sham surgeries reported relief comparable to those who had the actual procedure. This highlights the immense power of expectation and belief. The placebo effect also extends to side effects. People who take a placebo pill they believe might cause nausea or fatigue often experience these side effects, even though the pill contains no active ingredients. This phenomenon, called the nocebo effect, shows how negative expectations can influence physical experiences. Just as belief in a treatment's benefit can bring relief, belief in potential harm can lead to discomfort. It's important to understand that the placebo effect doesn't mean a person's symptoms aren't real. Critics sometimes dismiss placebo responses as being all in the head, but this oversimplifies the complex interplay of mind and body. Pain, for example, is a real and subjective experience. If a placebo alters how pain is perceived, the relief is genuine, even if the method is unconventional. Researchers have long been intrigued by the placebo effect, not only because it highlights the mind's influence on health, but also because it complicates how we evaluate medical treatments. In clinical trials, placebos are used as controls to test whether a new drug or therapy works better than belief alone. If a treatment outperforms a placebo, it's considered effective. However, the strength of the placebo effect can make this a challenging bar to clear, especially in conditions where belief plays a big role in symptom relief. Consider the case of antidepressants. Studies have shown that for mild to moderate depression, the difference in improvement between patients taking a placebo and those taking an actual antidepressant can be small. This doesn't mean the drugs don't work, but it does show how much belief and expectation contribute to feeling better. For severe depression, the difference between drug and placebo responses tends to be more pronounced, likely because the biological changes in the brain require stronger interventions than belief alone can provide. While the placebo effect is powerful, it has limitations. It's most effective for conditions where perception and subjective experience are central, such as pain, mood disorders, or fatigue. For diseases that involve structural damage or infections, like a broken bone or bacterial pneumonia, placebos won't repair the underlying issue. Still, even in these cases, placebos can sometimes help with symptom management, such as reducing pain or improving sleep. The ethical considerations surrounding placebos are another important aspect. In research, using placebos is standard practice, but in clinical settings, it's more complicated. Deliberately giving a patient a placebo without their knowledge raises questions about honesty and informed consent. Most doctors aim to balance the benefits of the placebo effect with the need to respect their patient's autonomy. Some researchers are exploring ways to harness the placebo effect without deception. For example, in open-label placebo trials, patients are told they're receiving a placebo, yet many still experience significant benefits. This suggests that the act of taking something believed to be helpful can be therapeutic, even without a disguise. The placebo effect also underscores the importance of doctor-patient communication. When a doctor listens, expresses empathy, and conveys confidence, patients often feel better, even before any treatment begins. This isn't just about bedside manner, it's about creating an environment where patients feel cared for and hopeful. These elements can enhance the placebo response, amplifying the effects of both real and fake treatments. To see the placebo effect in action in everyday life, consider over-the-counter remedies. Many people swear by vitamins or supplements that lack strong scientific evidence, but still report feeling healthier or more energetic after taking them. It's not that the pills are entirely useless. Sometimes they do provide benefits, but the belief that they'll help often plays a major role in the outcome. Similarly, branded painkillers are often perceived as more effective than generic ones, despite being chemically identical. Packaging, advertising, and reputation all contribute to the context that strengthens belief. In recent years, scientists have begun to explore how the placebo effect might be intentionally used to complement traditional medicine. For instance, training patients to associate a lower dose of a medication with relief could help reduce side effects and costs. Some researchers are also investigating how to amplify placebo responses by leveraging technology, such as virtual reality or apps that enhance the therapeutic context. These innovations aim to make treatments more effective by tapping into the mind's natural healing potential. Understanding the placebo effect doesn't diminish the importance of medical science. Instead, it highlights how deeply intertwined the mind and body are. The power of belief and expectation, when combined with real treatments, can lead to better outcomes and a more holistic approach to health. It's a reminder that medicine isn't just about chemicals and procedures. It's also about trust, care, and the stories we tell ourselves about what makes us well. The IKEA effect is a psychological phenomenon where people place higher value on things they've built or assembled themselves. This insight has wide-ranging implications for creating stronger engagement in workplaces, classrooms, and even personal relationships. When someone has a hand in creating something, they're more likely to feel a sense of ownership and pride. This isn't limited to physical objects like furniture or crafts. It extends to ideas, plans, and projects as well. Encouraging collaboration and giving people a role in shaping outcomes can significantly increase their investment in the process and the result. Think about the last time you put something together yourself. Maybe it was a bookshelf or a toy for your child. At the end of the process, even if it didn't turn out perfectly, you probably felt a sense of accomplishment. That feeling stems from the effort and attention you put into the task. The bookshelf or toy might hold more personal meaning to you than something you bought pre-assembled. The effort creates attachment. You feel a connection to what you've made because your hands and mind were part of its creation. This same dynamic plays out when people collaborate on tasks or projects. When individuals feel they've contributed meaningfully, their investment in the outcome increases, even if the project isn't perfect. Imagine a workplace where a team is tasked with rolling out a new process. If the process is designed and handed down by leadership with little input from the team, they might view it as just another top-down decision. They might follow it, but their engagement will likely be low. Now, consider a different scenario. Leadership invites the team to help design the process. Team members identify pain points, brainstorm solutions, and propose ideas. Even if leadership provides final approval or refines the ideas, the team's involvement changes their perspective. They now see the process as something they helped create. They're more likely to support it and work hard to make it successful because they feel ownership. This effect isn't limited to professional environments. It also applies to education. Picture a classroom where students are learning about ecosystems. A teacher could simply lecture about the topic, providing all the information while students take notes. Alternatively, the teacher could have students design their own small ecosystems in containers, experimenting with how different plants and animals interact. In the second scenario, students are actively engaged in creating something. They're learning through doing. Their effort in assembling the ecosystem makes them more invested in understanding how it works. They're likely to retain the information longer and feel more excited about the subject. By allowing students to participate in the learning process, the teacher taps into the IKEA effect. The same principles can improve personal relationships. Think about planning a family vacation. If one person does all the planning, choosing the destination, booking the accommodations, and organizing the itinerary, the rest of the family might feel like passive participants. But if everyone has a role in planning, the dynamic shifts. One person might research destinations, another could find activities, and someone else might handle logistics. When the trip finally happens, everyone feels more connected to the experience because they contributed to its creation. They're more likely to enjoy it and appreciate the effort that went into making it happen. The key to leveraging the IKEA effect in any context is to create genuine opportunities for contribution. Token gestures don't work. For example, asking for input and then ignoring it can backfire, leaving people feeling more disengaged than if they hadn't been asked at all. True collaboration requires a willingness to listen and incorporate ideas, even if it means giving up some control. This can be challenging, especially for leaders or teachers who might feel that they know best. However, the benefits of fostering ownership often outweigh the challenges. Consider a company rolling out a new product. If employees from various departments are invited to participate in its development, the product benefits from a wider range of perspectives. The marketing team might share insights about customer preferences, the engineering team could highlight technical challenges, and the customer service team might identify common pain points. Each group's input makes the final product stronger. At the same time, their involvement creates buy-in. Employees are more likely to champion the product because they feel a sense of pride in helping to create it. Even if the product isn't perfect, the collaborative process builds morale and engagement. There are, of course, situations where collaboration takes more time and effort than a top-down approach. It's faster to make decisions unilaterally than to gather input and reach consensus. However, the extra time spent up front often pays off in the long run. When people feel invested in a decision or project, they're more likely to follow through and work hard to make it successful. This reduces resistance, minimizes conflict, and increases overall effectiveness. The sense of ownership that comes from participation can also lead to greater creativity and innovation. People who feel connected to a project are more likely to go above and beyond, contributing ideas and effort that they wouldn't have if they felt like mere bystanders. A practical example of this can be seen in community projects. Suppose a neighborhood is organizing a cleanup day for a local park. If a few volunteers plan everything and simply assign tasks to others, participation might be low. But if organizers hold a meeting where community members can suggest ideas, choose specific areas to focus on, and volunteer for roles, the outcome is likely to be very different. People who attend the meeting and offer input are more likely to show up on cleanup day. They feel a connection to the project because they helped shape it. The park cleanup becomes more than just a task. It's a collective effort that everyone values because they contributed to it. One important consideration is balancing guidance with freedom. While people value what they help create, they also benefit from structure. Too much freedom can lead to confusion or frustration. For example, in the classroom ecosystem project, students might struggle if they don't receive clear instructions or examples. Similarly, in a workplace setting, teams need a framework to guide their collaboration. Leadership can set boundaries or goals while still allowing room for creativity and input. This balance ensures that efforts are productive and focused while still allowing for meaningful participation. Another factor to keep in mind is recognizing and celebrating contributions. When people put effort into creating something, they want to feel that their work is appreciated. Recognition doesn't have to be elaborate. A simple thank you or acknowledgement can go a long way. For instance, in the workplace example of designing a new process, leadership might send a message highlighting the team's contributions and how their input improved the final result. This reinforces the sense of ownership and pride, making people even more likely to engage in future collaborative efforts. The IKEA effect shows us the value of effort. When people invest time and energy into something, they value it more deeply. This principle can be applied in many areas of life to foster engagement, build stronger connections, and create better outcomes. Whether it's inviting employees to help design a new product, encouraging students to take an active role in their learning, or involving family members in planning a trip, the key is to create opportunities for meaningful contribution. By doing so, we tap into a powerful source of motivation and pride that drives people to care more and do their best. Cognitive dissonance is something many people experience, though they might not recognize it by name. It's that uncomfortable feeling you get when your actions don't match your beliefs. For example, imagine someone who identifies as an advocate for healthy living. If they're caught eating a greasy fast food burger, they might feel a sense of discomfort or unease. That's cognitive dissonance, the tension between what they believe and what they're doing. This tension creates a strong urge to resolve the conflict. People don't like feeling out of sync with themselves. They want their actions and beliefs to align because it's psychologically uncomfortable when they don't. This is where an understanding of cognitive dissonance becomes useful, especially when you're trying to encourage someone to take a specific action. The key lies in gently reminding them of their own values and showing how a certain behavior is a natural extension of those values. Take the example of someone who considers themselves environmentally conscious. This person recycles, tries to reduce waste, and makes an effort to conserve energy. You might approach them by saying something like, "I know you're committed to protecting the environment. Would you consider supporting this project to plant trees in your community?" This works because it bridges the gap between their values and a specific action. It gives them an opportunity to align what they believe with something tangible they can do. Cognitive dissonance is powerful because it's deeply tied to self-perception. People like to see themselves as consistent, rational beings. When they're faced with a situation where their actions don't match their beliefs, they'll often change one to match the other. In some cases, they might adjust their beliefs to justify their actions. But if the belief is strong enough, they're more likely to adjust their actions to match. Imagine someone who values kindness and generosity. If they walk past a person in need without offering help, they might feel a sense of guilt. That guilt is cognitive dissonance at work. If you later present them with an opportunity to help someone else, they might be more likely to act, partly to ease that discomfort. They're essentially restoring their sense of alignment by proving to themselves that they are, in fact, a kind and generous person. The idea isn't to manipulate or guilt trip anyone. It's about gently reminding them of their values and showing how a specific action fits within those values. This works best when you're sincere and respectful. People are more likely to respond positively when they don't feel pressured or judged. The goal is to encourage action through understanding, not coercion. Let's consider another scenario. Picture someone who believes in supporting local businesses. They talk about how important it is to keep money in the community and how much they value the unique products and services that local shops offer. If you're raising funds for a neighborhood event sponsored by local vendors, you might approach them by saying, "I know how much you care about supporting small businesses. Would you like to contribute to this event to help promote local shops?" By framing the request in a way that connects to their belief, you're making it easier for them to say yes. It's worth noting that cognitive dissonance can also backfire if not handled carefully. If someone feels like their beliefs are being exploited, or if they sense insincerity, they may resist the message entirely. They might even double down on their current behavior to assert their independence. This is why it's so important to approach these situations with respect and authenticity. For example, imagine a person who's passionate about animal rights but hasn't yet adopted a vegetarian or vegan lifestyle. If someone were to aggressively point out the hypocrisy of their eating habits, it could trigger defensiveness rather than change. On the other hand, a gentle approach might lead to a more productive outcome. Saying something like, "I know you care deeply about animals. Have you ever thought about trying a plant-based meal once a week?" Leaves room for consideration without making them feel attacked. The way you frame your message is crucial. The goal isn't to make people feel bad about themselves, but to give them an opportunity to act in a way that feels right to them. Sometimes, it's about making the action seem manageable and within reach. People are more likely to follow through on something if it feels doable. Think about someone who values fitness but struggles to exercise regularly. If you suggest they start with just a 10-minute walk each day, they're more likely to agree than if you propose an hour-long workout. Once they've taken that first step, they're more likely to continue because it aligns with their belief in staying healthy. Over time, their small actions can build into larger habits. Cognitive dissonance isn't limited to personal beliefs. It can also apply to social identities and group affiliations. People often define themselves by the groups they belong to, whether it's a political party, a religious community, or even a sports team. They're motivated to act in ways that align with the values of those groups because it reinforces their sense of belonging. For instance, someone who identifies strongly with a charitable organization might feel compelled to donate or volunteer when the group organizes a fundraiser. They want to maintain their identity as an active and supportive member. Highlighting their connection to the group and its values can make it easier for them to take action. You might say, "As someone who's been such an important part of this community, would you be interested in helping us reach our goal?" There's also a flip side to consider. Sometimes people experience cognitive dissonance, but don't act because the gap between their beliefs and actions feels too large. They might feel overwhelmed or unsure of how to bridge that gap. In these cases, it can help to break the action down into smaller, more manageable steps. This makes the process feel less daunting and gives them a clear path forward. Let's go back to the example of someone who cares about the environment but doesn't know where to start. Instead of suggesting they overhaul their entire lifestyle, you might encourage them to focus on one small change, like using a reusable water bottle. Once they see how easy and rewarding that change can be, they might be more open to taking additional steps, like composting or reducing their energy use. Each small action builds momentum and reinforces their belief in themselves as an eco-conscious person. In all of these examples, the common thread is empathy. Understanding someone's beliefs and values is the first step to encouraging alignment. It's not about pushing your own agenda, but about helping them live up to the standards they've set for themselves. When approached with care and respect, cognitive dissonance can be a powerful tool for positive change. This approach works because it taps into something universal. Everyone wants to feel like they're living in harmony with their values. When you offer people an opportunity to do that, you're not just encouraging action, you're helping them feel good about themselves. And that's something most people are eager to embrace.